body that you have 90 days after.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void. Never to be seen again. Nobody wants that. Well, fantastic to see all of you folks here on this Sunday evening. Hopefully it's going well for you so far. Hate to ruin it, but we do have a lot to talk about here tonight. First, some quick shout-outs. Oh, Noah, Spock, Reference Frame, 123 in the YouTube chat, Hermit Horologist to close forth, Trevor Boren's also here, HBX, PB, Mozart, Frizla, Schmegley, Silas. Moving up. Atticus Among Us. 2 Negative. Manda. Paige Larson. Green New Deal. Omega Star. People are here, and I see all of you. It's good to see you already in the chat here on this Sunday evening, Sunday Funday. Might be a bit of a misnomer. I know that's what it said in the Discord notification, but it might be a lie. Might have lied.
How rude.
It's very rude. That's very rude of me, but I'm afraid it's true. I lied. I told you a thing that wasn't really true, because we're really not gonna have very much. The closest thing we're gonna get to fun today is I'm gonna start off the show not talking about Iran. That's how we're gonna do fun today. Is we're gonna avoid talking about Iran for like, I don't know, 2 hours, and then the rest of the night's gonna be completely taken over by Iran. Maybe we'll get 3 hours. Maybe we'll get 2 full halves of non-Iran news, and then it's gonna be all Iran all night, baby. Sad to say, but it's true. But let's start off in that familiar place, the United States, talking about a thing.
Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call
That
it the
is
Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein. This guy, this great.
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. Then we see him at a time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3 or 4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable. I can't believe people are still talking about this guy, this creep, Jeffrey Epstein. It's very weird. He's been talked about for years. People have been talking about him for years. Democrat hoax and subsequent Republicans. Very nasty. Why are people still talking about this guy? Yeah, it's been... Honestly, we haven't been talking about Jeffrey Epstein enough. Or the Epstein files, for that matter. Of course, the Epstein files haven't been fully released. We've been waiting for that now for 4 months? I'm trying to remember exactly how long it's been. It's been many, many months since we were promised the Epstein files by law. Still haven't gotten them. But we have gotten things like this. Testimony from Bill Clinton.
So do you recall the details of this photo, recall the photo being taken?
No, I don't think I ever knew the photo was taken.
Okay.
I never knew that photo was taken. I don't know what you're talking about. Huh? What do you mean? I'm just a guy. Who is Jeffrey? Who? I don't know what you mean by that.
Not. It's a tiny place, but a very wealthy one. And the Sultan of Brunei was a man that I had gotten to know well in my 8 years as president. And his first involvement with international matters was basically to join the Asian Pacific Economic Leaders Conference, which I started and which he attended. And then he was very proud of that, and he hosted, his time came to host it. You know, you do these things in rotation. And it came at either at the very end of my term or maybe the next year. Anyway, he wanted, when he knew I was coming, he said he wanted
Omega
to help
Star
me.
just cheered 100 bits. Bill has such a punchable face.
Punchable face, says Omega Star. Thank you, Omega, for the bits on Twitch. Much appreciated.
My AIDS initiative, and he invited me to stay there. And he said, I want you to stay at this hotel, and I hope you'll use the pool. So I did, and then I got out and went to bed, exhausted.
And then I have to ask this, did you engage in any sexual activity
No.
with this person?
Donald Trump would come out and
I did not
play a
have
few
sexual
roles.
activity.
And he somehow knew I had flown in Jeffrey Epstein's aircraft, and he said, you know, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out, all because of a real estate deal. And he said, I'm sorry it happened. That's all.
Very sorry it happened. Me and Jeffrey used to be best friends, Bill. Bill, you and I were friends, but me and Jeffrey, we used to be much better friends. But then a real estate thing happened, and then we stopped being friends. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. There was Bill Clinton, a clip from his testimony, claiming that Donald Trump once told him while they were playing golf that he used to be good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, seemingly knowing details about Jeffrey's and Bill's relationship. Interesting enough. Wonder how he knew that. How would Donald Trump have known that decades ago? That Bill had ever been on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? I wonder who would have been the person to tell Donald Trump back then that Bill and Jeffrey went on that plane. If it weren't Bill. Just, you know, like, who else could it have possibly been? Oh, I don't know. It's so hard to think. Oh, I know. Jeffrey Epstein, of course. Duh.
Newly released documents that were missing from the Epstein files contain serious, unverified allegations against President Trump. The Justice Department posted 3 FBI memos describing interviews with a woman who accuses both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was a teenager. The White House calls the accusations completely baseless. CNN's Paula Reed is in Washington with the latest. And Paula, these were missing from earlier file releases, right?
That's right. And this individual was interviewed by the FBI 4 times. And initially, only 1 memo was released in that initial batch of documents released by the Justice Department. And that was an interview where she made allegations against Jeffrey Epstein, but not against President Trump. Now, yesterday, these additional summaries were released, and they detail the types of allegations that she made against President Trump, where she describes being introduced to him. She alleges that he asked everyone to leave the room and, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, quote, let's teach you how little girls are supposed to be, and then describes an encounter where he
what
pushes her
now?
head down to his penis and then told agents she bit Trump, who then allegedly struck her and said something like, get this little expletive the hell out of here. Now, in her third interview, she allegedly said that she was receiving threatening calls. And in her fourth interview, it's interesting, she told investigators that she was concerned about why she was even coming forward because the statute of limitations had passed. Now, I do want to make sure we get in here the fact that President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing. In a statement yesterday, the White House described these allegations as, quote,
I mean, seeing Donald Trump here with, I believe, Ivanka and Don Jr., is it not wrongdoing to be hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein with your kid's president, considering who that guy was? It seems wrong. Just generally speaking.
Baseless, backed by zero credibility.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Documents involving President Trump that had been missing, suspiciously rather, from the Epstein files. They include FBI memos from 3 interviews with a woman who alleges she was sexually assaulted by then citizen Trump when she was a teenager. The president has consistently denied any wrongdoing. We should note that
child care is expensive. Bring the kid. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Child care is expensive. Although I don't think back in the 80s, I don't think it was quite as expensive, or the 90s, whenever that photo was taken. Although, yeah, I mean, let's be real. It is. It's, gosh, times are tough, okay? Look at this homeless person. I'm actually much, much worse off than he is. I know he looks disheveled and he's asking for money, but actually I need it more. Remember that? Remember when Ivanka told that story about Donald? Does everybody remember that? Because I remember. I clearly remember Ivanka talking about that. Actually, her father was broke at one point. He was poorer than the poorest homeless person.
inclusion of interviews in the Epstein files is not necessarily evidence of wrongdoing. It is.
Now, of course, Donald Trump has never actually been homeless, and at no time in his adult life has he not owned vast swaths of property. But he was having a hard time back in the day.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt slammed the release of the documents, saying in part, quote, the total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact that Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong, unquote. As the Trump White House continues to shrug off the scandal, Congress is pushing ahead, voting to subpoena Attorney General Pam Bondi. The subpoena to testify stems from the House Oversight Committee's investigation into the Epstein files and the federal government's handling of the case against Epstein and his sex trafficking accomplices. My next guest.
Illegal.
By the way, brace yourself for the way that Jake conducts himself in this next interview. By the way, good to see you, RT. Redolent Thought, Twitch celebrity in the chat. Thank you, whoever gave the shout out. One of the mods, I assume. Pretty sure they're the only ones who
Is a
could have done it.
survivor of Epstein. Annie Farmer joins us now. Annie, let me start off by saying I know asking you about the worst experience of your life is not fun for you, not really for me either. How are you?
Oh, I appreciate that, Jake. I'm doing all right. I'm glad to be with you.
What questions might you have for Attorney General Pam Bondi?
I have a lot. I was actually really happy to see that Pam Bondi has, there was people on both sides of the aisle came together to say that she needs to testify between the House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of
am I the only person? Am I the only person who felt off-put by the way Jake talked about that just now? He's like, what? Why are we talking about fun right now, Jake? This is not about fun. I don't know why he brought it up. It's just such a weird it's hard to even call it a journalistic decision. But he is a supposed journalist. Like, what in the fuck is Jake talking about? Why is anybody talking about fun in this moment? Dude's got serious problems.
House Oversight Committee, because I think, when she was in front of the Judiciary Committee, she refused to even acknowledge survivors. The questions that were asked, there was a lot of, deflection and avoidance. And so really, we still don't understand how this release of information was so terribly botched when again and again we see powerful people being protected and information about survivors, not being properly redacted. So I think we have a lot of questions for her.
I'll remind our viewers that when Attorney General Bondi was asked about a matter relating to the...
God, I hate Jake Tapper. He's the worst. He's not the worst, but he is one of the worst. It's hard to quantify who's the worst over at CNN. But they all suck so much. I just got to skip this interview because Jake, he just does such a bad job. Why don't you go write a book, Jake? Go write a book. How's that sound? Why don't you go do some digging on the president's health? That seems like a good
staying in the race.
And no, it's not easy.
That seems like a good
rare
plan
and stunning rebuke of the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, by members of the president's own party. Yes, 5 Republicans on the key House Oversight Committee defying their chairman and joining with Democrats to subpoena Bondi over the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case.
CNN crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Polance is here with us. So tell us more about what these lawmakers want from the Attorney General.
Well, they're making a turn. A lot of this investigation the House Oversight Committee has done around Jeffrey Epstein has been talking to people about Epstein himself. They brought in former President Bill Clinton for a deposition. They had Bill Barr, a predecessor of Pam Bondi. But now it's a question of how the Justice Department, under Bondi's watch, handled the redaction, the processing, and the public release of these files after Congress mandated transparency for them. The Representative Nancy Mace, a Republican on the committee.
I am utterly appalled, shocked by CNN right now that they would want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
Subscription to Radiant_Thought.
You want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein and all this other stuff? Pam Bondi and redactions and all that. I mean, when of course the number one thing everyone should be talking about is, of course,
the Dow right now.
Exactly. Thank you, Pam. Why aren't you talking about the Dow?
Come on.
Come on.
Was the one that moved to subpoena Bondi for testimony about this and has made clear one of the issues here for the committee is that not all of the Epstein files have been released. Congress is not happy with the Justice Department and with Pam Bondi. And
yeah, I don't think anybody's happy with Pam Bondi right now, aside from maybe Donald Trump. Oh, God. Oh, a Megastar, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch. Redolin Thought, the recipient of that sub. Uh-oh, my YouTube chat highlight is not set up. This is not properly set up. Frizzla with a sweet, sweet super chat. I love GNN. It's very sweet. That's very sweet of you, Frizzla. I love you too. And thank you for the sunglasses and hat. Green New Deal, Amanda. Much appreciated. All right, back to the office here. Moving along from CNN now to the I've Had It podcast.
That's on YouTube.
Whoa. gifted subs. I'm seeing gifted memberships, actually. Gifted memberships all over YouTube over here. Frizzla. Not only the super chat, but also a super amount of gifting going on. Costly. Mere Boulder. April Christman. Linda. Elaine loves coffee. All of you getting a sweet, sweet gifted membership from Frizzla. Thank you very much, Frizzla. Incredibly generous.
In the middle of Trump's disastrous presidency, wherein he has led us into a wildly unpopular and very illegal war that the Democrats, four of them in particular, refused to vote against, the DOJ dropped some more information about the President of the United States and sexual abuse towards children. This keeps getting worse. The more that comes out in this Epstein case, the more you realized how compromised this administration is. Pop up the headline, Kylie. Forbes is reporting the Justice Department released more Epstein files Thursday that include allegations made by a woman accusing President Donald Trump of sexually abusing her when she was a minor. The DOJ said the files had not been released after they had been, quote, incorrectly coded as duplicative. Justice Department releases some missing Epstein files. So this is really, really, number one, disturbing. But number two, interesting that this got dumped in the middle of all of the American and Israeli lies and propaganda and obfuscation about this very illegal war that they have gotten us into, where they are carpet bombing civilians, by the way. Pop up this next post, Kylie. Brian Allen reports, I have the FBI document, and he lists the case number, August 7th, 2019. A woman describes being introduced to Trump by Epstein at age 13 to 15. Trump cleared the room, and he said, and this is really disturbing, let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be. She fought back, and he struck her.
Don't be creepy.
She told the FBI she heard Trump and Epstein discuss the blackmail operation together. She asked agents to keep her safe. She says, in quotes, throughout my life, his people have found me, have kept tabs on me. Brian Allen goes on to say this document was illegally withheld from Congress. A war started the week before these files dropped.
You just added a word in there that wasn't in there. It started the week the files dropped. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. I think we all know the president's been trying to do everything he can to avoid having people talk about the files and his involvement in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, whatever that may have been. It's not clear, although we have suggested in the past, oh, motherfucker. What in the hell? Why does this keep happening to the vertical stream? Oh, wait. Did I click pause? No, it's still not. This keeps happening. I don't understand what the fucking problem is with this. This is actually really bothering me. This is causing actual problems. Why is this happening? I just don't understand it. It looks perfectly fine on my computer, but it is not looking fine on YouTube. It's completely frozen again. What is the problem here? I'm having issues with YouTube. I'm having issues with... We've been having this for the last 3 streams in a row. We've been having issues with the vertical stream. I have no idea what the hell it is. Looks perfectly fine on my end. This makes no sense. It's Google. It's been doing weird shit all last week, too. Do you think? I mean, then why is the other stream working perfectly fine? Because the horizontal stream looks perfectly fine on YouTube. Not a single drop frame over there right now. On the vertical stream, it's completely frozen. Hold on, I gotta check something. I've gotta check something. Sorry, everybody. You know, I guess I'll check it. I'll just play this for a little bit longer, and I'll check it while this is going, so you don't have to sit here. Oh, this is annoying to me.
So, viewer, as the Epstein, it's law now, all of this has to be released. Every time there's a dump, it gets worse and worse. We find out that almost everybody in his administration, all of the billionaires and oligarchs that have bent the knee to this man are in the Epstein files, that they're all linked. And then right before this comes out, he colludes with war criminal and homicidal maniac Benjamin Netanyahu to bomb Iran. It's stunning. It's absolutely stunning. The lack of moral clarity in the opposition party. Now, some of them, like Ro Khanna and others, have rock solid moral clarity, but I'm talking about the leadership. We have a adjudicated rapist, a con man, an insurrectionist, a criminal that is president of the United States. And just when you think it can't get worse for him, it gets way worse. And so that he can distract from all of this, he starts a war with Iran. And now he's demanding that the president of Iran let Bibi off the hook. Pardon Benjamin Netanyahu, another war criminal. And all the while, they're using the United States taxpayers' money, and the majority of it comes from working class Americans because the Republican Party has gifted all of these billionaires tax-free salaries. And at the end of the day, we cannot afford to have this billionaire class. Do you think the billionaires are going to pay for any of this war? No, they're going to profit off of it. That's what they're going to do. But here's where it just gets uber disturbing. I'm going to read you some from this page from the FBI drop. I could not recall the identities of the other individuals present. However, they all exited when Trump asked everyone to leave the room. Trump mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Trump unzipped his pants and put head down to his penis, bit the shit out of it. Trump struck and said words to the effect of, "Get this little bitch the hell out of here." Advised she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. He had money. It reeked off of him. At that point, people re-entered the room. No further information provided. Recalled a blonde, beautiful woman approaching her at some point that day after her interaction with Trump. The woman said, "Let me give you a tip, little girl, about your breasts. Wear a bra every night." Those words have stayed with her throughout the years. The victim got the feeling the relationship between Epstein and Trump included a certain amount of jealousy. She thought Trump appeared jealous of Epstein, but at some point they ended up on a level playing field. Trump and Epstein sometimes used the terms fresh meat, untainted, and not jaded while referring to girls. At the time she heard it, did not understand the term not jaded. She subsequently looked up the word jaded, and she stated the 2 additional interactions with Trump, but she asked that the interview move on to a different subject for the time being. She discussed an additional interaction with Epstein and his associates, wherein Epstein and the group brought acid. Epstein asked if she knew anything about acid. She replied that she did not. He asked her to try it first, then tell her friends where the party was going to be. Epstein gave her some of the acid to give to her friends. She did not recall hearing about acid on the island before Epstein introduced it, but she recalled that after he did, acid, quote, swept the island. Reflecting on the interaction she had with Epstein up to that point, she advised that while she continued to be sexually abused by him, she began to feel like Epstein trusted her. The situation was, quote, still horrific, but she began to feel important. He knew she was keeping his secret, specifically the things he said in front of her. That's a lot. I mean, that is an absolute lot.
Okay. I'm struggling to listen to all that. It's just horrifying. The fucking stream is still fucked up. It is still completely messed up over on vertical right now. I have no idea what to do about it. I might just shut it down again because it's just gonna bug me all night if it does this. All right. Well, while we're talking about the Epstein class, we may as well talk a little bit about politics and the elections that have been going on here. Midterms, of course. Ongoing primaries in a number of states happened last week. Including in Texas, where we saw a massive voter turnout, and the candidate James Tallarico taking it down for the Democrats. Harry Emden here to break some of that down for us.
Jasmine Crockett conceded to James Tallarico in the Democratic Senate primary there. Notable because it was a hotly contested race and there were some questions about voting there, but she has now conceded, meaning he has a clear path all the way to November. Not so clear on the Republican side, where there is a runoff between Attorney General Ken Paxton and the incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn. So we'll see over the next 3 months who wins there. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. But we're not focused on who's running. That might not be the most important thing here. The most important thing here might be who's voting.
Who is voting? And I would say the word to describe it for Democrats, tremendous turnout. I mean, woof! Texas Democratic Senate primary turnout. The highest ever was this primary. We're already up to 2.3 million, and that's only with 92% of the estimated voting. That will climb ever higher. The 2000s average was less than 1 million. They've more than doubled the average turnout for Texas Senate Democratic primaries. The Democrats came out and voted. This beats the old record, which was 2.2 million, and that was in a presidential primary year between Obama and Clinton, and this beat it. Democrats really enthusiastic. As I said, the word to describe this is tremendous.
I can't even believe it beat 2008. People, if you can remember back that far, that was such an important race in Texas. There's so much focus, and there were still more people voting in this one than that one in 2008. How about as a share of the people who voted overall?
It's not just that this 2.3 million is such a large portion, the largest ever for a Texas Senate Democratic primary. It's that more people voted in the Democratic primary than the Republican primary. Look at this. Share of Texas midterm primary ballots. Look at this. The 2000s average. If you look at the 2000s, on average, you see this: Republicans outvote Democrats. More people choose the Republican ballot than the Democratic ballot in midterm primaries by 60% to 40%, a margin of 3-2. But look so far, Democrats, more people are actually choosing the Democratic ballot. This is extremely, extremely unusual, 51% to 49%. And so far, there have actually been more of the Republican ballots estimated to be counted than Democrats. So this margin may climb ever higher. And I will note that this is the first time Democrats outvoted Republicans in a midterm primary season in Texas since 2002.
25 years since Democrats have outvoted Republicans in Texas. In a Texas primary. Whether that signals things here for the rest of the midterms, we'll have to wait and see, but I'd like to think it might be signaling some sort of shift here this year. Okay, I think we might just shut down the fucking vertical stream again. I don't know what the problem is. I was just hoping it would just work today, and that we wouldn't have it wouldn't even make any sense. Everything else looks perfectly fine, which is even more confusing to me. Like, I'm not dropping frames. Less than 1%. Less than 1% dropped frames. And yet somehow completely frozen on vertical. This doesn't even make sense. Alright, I just had to send feedback on YouTube just now. Hopefully this is an actual issue on their end, because I can't figure out what else this would be. It shouldn't be perfectly smooth on YouTube and Twitch horizontal streams, but look like this on vertical. There's no good reason for this, in my opinion. At least not on my, like, I can't figure out what I am doing. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. All right, let's keep talking about the elections here. Key takeaways from Reuters. From the first primaries of 2026.
The U.S. 2026 midterms are officially underway after primaries in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. Texas saw some of the day's biggest action in a state where Democrats nominated for U.S. Senate State Representative James Talarico over U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett.
The number of young people who showed up to vote in this election is unprecedented.
You had a large turnout, almost historically high for Democratic voters in the primary. You had about at least 400,000 more Democratic voters than Republican voters. And Talarico won by a good, 100,000 plus votes.
This is proof that there is something happening in Texas.
On the Republican side, U.S. Senator John Cornyn is headed to a May 26 runoff with Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
We did very well. The incumbent received less than 43% of the vote. The challenger, the Attorney General, was close. And both of them in the Republican Party are going to fall over each other to show that they're closer to Trump. So you're going to see this internecine fight that we're seeing nationally among Republicans. You're going to see a microcosm of that in Texas.
Iran is also an emerging issue in the primaries, but it's a little unclear how it's playing out so far. Republicans have largely stood behind the president's decision to strike Iran, while Democrats have said the administration has failed to articulate a clear vision for the foreign conflict. The issue could be a boost to Democrats in November as they focus on affordability, and voters feel like Republicans in the administration and the White House are not focused on those sort of issues that affect their pocketbooks on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, people feel like Republicans are not helping their lives and possibly making them worse. Shocking. Shocking stuff. All right, I'm just gonna shut it down. I'm gonna try and figure this out later. This is pissing me off. What if I do this? Hold on, I'm going to try one more thing. See if this helps. I'm honestly just reaching in the dark here for something to solve this. The vertical stream has been incredibly important to getting us out there to people, to new audiences, and I feel like not having that stream going is not good. Probably bad. What if I lowered this to 35? What if I lowered this to 35? Well, while we're talking elections, let's talk about one of the candidates running to take the seat of now exiting Representative Nancy Pelosi.
To stop Trump and end the cost of living crisis, we need to change Democratic Party leadership. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty. I left a career in tech to work for Bernie and AOC. I wrote the Green New Deal, which led to historic climate investments. So I know what it takes. And right now, Democratic leadership does not. I don't take corporate cash, and I don't back down. I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty, and I approve this message because I'm not running to join the establishment. I'm running to replace it.
Shoykat Chakrabarty, the guy looking to take over for Nancy Pelosi, who is apparently, he was quit, or as of last year, I think. She said that she's not going to run again as a 90-year-old woman.
Shoykat,
Nice to meet you in person.
Very nice to meet you, Hassan.
I've been a fan of your work for a while, but there are also moments where I've been a little bit confused about like some of the things that you've done. You're running for Nancy Pelosi's seat that's being vacated, which is strange because she's so young. She's so young, probably one of the youngest communist voices we have in Congress, and it's really devastating for the left flank movement, the socialist movement in this country to lose such a reliable and valuable spokesperson for our cause, and yet you are selfishly running to fill the role of Nancy Pelosi, the shoes, fill in Nancy Pelosi's shoes.
I've heard that so many times.
in one of the bluest places in well, I was gonna say in one of the bluest places by the population might be very blue, but I think like the moneyed interest is not.
Yeah.
And speaking of moneyed interest, you are technically moneyed interest. You're very moneyed up.
Yeah.
So let's start there. You've called yourself a class trader. What does that mean for you? Why do you say you're a class trader? How rich are you? And will you give me $1 million?
If you're doing good work, Hassan. I mean, yeah, I worked in the tech industry when I first came.
Is this the guy worth $100 million? I think he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. He has too much. He has too much money. Much too much money. But he seems to be using it for good things. All right, hold on. We watched part of this the other day. I'm just going to skip it ahead. Skip it ahead here a little bit. Some stuff we didn't listen to.
Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, but I mean, with Iran, this is deja vu all over. I mean, I grew up, I wasn't political, but like the first political event I really experienced was the failed war in Iraq. I had no idea why we were going to war in Iraq. And it's ridiculous to me to see the same BS every time where, you know, our politicians think, oh yeah, we're just gonna go in there and decapitate this leadership and then democracy will rise, right? It never happens. That never happens. Like that happened in Iraq, happened in Libya, happened in Syria, and the same BS is happening in Iran. You know, like Trump and Hexet, they're out there thinking we're gonna be out in a couple of weeks. Of course not. The war is expanding well beyond the borders of where they thought it would be. We are about to engulf the entire country or the entire world into this. I mean, there was a boat that just got torpedoed off the coast of Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
my wife is from Sri Lanka. Like her family lives there. And now is Sri Lanka going to get dragged into this freaking war? So it's awful. And the other thing I want to say is like, yeah, we're doing it at the behest of Israel. So this is going to be incredibly unpopular. And everybody in Congress, all the elected politicians know this is going to be incredibly unpopular. And so what you saw over the last couple of weeks was Ro Khanna and Tom Massey had the War Powers Resolution, try to stop this war from happening before it started. And you saw the War Hawk Caucus in the Democratic Party, aided and abetted by Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, dragged their feet on it just long enough to let Trump start this war. Because what they want to have happen is we get too enmeshed in there. The U.S. gets too enmeshed to where we can't get out, right? And that's what we're seeing right now with it. Like there's anyway.
And it's also something that they fantasized about for many, many years themselves personally, and now Trump gets to do it, and they don't even have to withstand the negative consequences in terms of like the political backlash that the Trump administration is already receiving. It's interesting because they haven't even really made a convincing argument beyond saying, oh, it was Israel that goaded us into this and urged us to do this, but then turning around and saying, no, actually, I wanted to do it, but actually, no, it was Israel. Meanwhile, they're obviously activating ground units to the best of their ability to try to foment some kind of like ethnic tension in the country. And it's very clearly like a Mossad operation as well. They're not even hiding it. And
the crazy thing is, there's like part of this is all the Israel money that controls our Congress, and part of it is like an actual death pact, suicidal maniac philosophy that a lot of Congress people have around this being Armageddon and the second coming of Jesus. Like they actually believe that in Congress, right?
Yeah. There's also the obvious like imperialism aspect of it as well, because like previous wars we've waged, like sure. Israel's been there as a consultant. Israel's played an important role in our regional design. Having said that, to act as though this is entirely in the hands of Israel is also silly, just so people understand this is something that our politicians are looking forward to, because this is something that our military industrial complex is going to benefit from. Every single radar installation that Iranian Shahed drones have blown up is economic activity happening in the countryside, or at least that's the way they approach the subject. That means like, oh, all the batteries that are depleted in the interest of defending Israel, even after Israel started this illegal war, that's munitions that need to get stockpiled again. That means we're going to get another $10 billion from the federal government.
And this is why when you look at, we'd passed $900 billion defense budget at the end of last year, and we'd passed it right before we went in and kidnapped Maduro in Venezuela. Trump had been saber rattling about that for months, so it wasn't a surprise that he did that. And he had 115 Democrats vote for that defense budget. And if you look at who their funders are, it's the defense contractors, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and this is, I just really want to emphasize like how unpopular this is. It's like 16% of Republicans want a bigger defense budget, and only 3% of Democrats. And all these politicians know that. So like this delaying of the war powers resolution is just about, they don't want to be on the record because they saw what happened to everybody who voted for the Iraq war. And like, we can't, to do any of the stuff I'm talking about, to do any of the 5 things I mentioned, to change this, we have to completely wipe out like half of the establishment in DC, because there's no other way around it. We have to break that. There's no way to convince these people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's more of a holistic problem, but I think there's a real understanding amongst many Americans and many people in the Western world that like the democratic process that was sold to them as this concept of theoretical democracy is not actually working. There has never been a greater point of disagreement amongst the masses and their elected representatives than at this very moment. And I think in order to claw that power back, people are going to have to run and be open and be honest in the same way that you are right now. Let's ask you some other questions. You've argued that voters chose Trump in 2024 because they wanted economic change. What specific day one structural changes will you fight for? Because I already asked you the top 5 policies, but I want to know more in detail about like what kind of legislation you'd push for day one.
Yeah, I mean, day one in 2026 is still going to be a Trump presidency, right? So there's a set of things where I think we actually can get wins, and then there's going to be a set of things where I think we have to really set up the fight and the entire grounds for in which the 2028 election happens. So the place where I think wins can happen is going to be a lot of anti-corruption measures and actually foreign policy, because I think those are areas where there's a massive amount of bipartisan consensus, at least amongst people. And there's some bipartisan consensus in Congress, actually. Like when I did I tried to work on the stuff to get the U.S. out of Yemen back when there was a massive famine going on there. And we worked with like Matt Gaetz's office on that, right? So there is some of that in Congress. And the thing is, though, when you go to Congress, leadership doesn't want you to have a vote on these issues because they're covering for their members. So the way you force the issue is you use discharge petitions. That's the same thing Ro Khanna and Tom Massey did for the Epstein files. You basically force a vote. Leadership hates it. I don't care. And so that's what I'm going to do on, banning congressional stock trading, banning the revolving door between Congress and the lobbying industry, trying to shrink the military budget, trying to get us out of war in Iran, I don't know what the situation will be by that point. But then the other part of it is going to be the grounds on which the 2028 election happened, which I think is going to be, it's like cliche to say, it's the most important election of our lifetime, but it is going to be an incredibly important election, right? And that is going to be a combination of the ideas that exist and the political power that exists. I believe we build that political power by, racking up some W's in Congress with a team of us who are fighting against the establishment and actually making some wins. You turn that into hundreds of people running for Congress, somebody running for president who have a real vision to turn things around. But then I'm going to introduce legislation for things like recreating the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, right, to like actually do public financing. I'm going to introduce legislation for, how do we start having the public ownership economy? How do we start maybe taking equity stakes in these AI companies? Or, an idea that we've been pushing at New Consensus, which might happen is basically, what do you do when these AI companies, when their bubble bursts, right?
Well, there's something that I think was really interesting that Jeremy Corbyn tried to put forward in the Labor Party back in the day, which was through public finance banks, offering workers a first right of refusal in terms of bankruptcy. If a company was about to go insolvent, then the workers could set up like a cooperative corporation to seize control over the company in its entirety, rather than offer like some kind of golden parachute to the executive class and then like literally tell all the workers to fuck off, and hopefully they can get like a limited amount of welfare if they're lucky enough. I think this is a radical and transformative idea that could aid in workers taking ownership over their own work in many industries that are basically on the verge of their bubbles bursting, whether it be AI or numerous other sectors.
Yeah, I love that idea. I think an AI, like the thing that as we had in mind, and I'm curious to get your take, because part of this is like these are all new ideas we're trying to figure out what's actually going to happen in the future, right?
Yeah.
But imagine the AI companies, the bubble burst, and these companies plus their banks, it's a huge amount of our economy, and they're going to come to the government and say, give us a bailout, or because we're too big to fail. So in that moment, imagine that instead of bailing them out, we actually buy them out for pennies on the dollar. Similar idea to what you said Corbyn did, except, not necessarily the workers, but the government does it. Turns all the data centers into essentially public utilities, or turns the companies into like not-for-profit, mission-driven companies. And, we open source the models, and we use the compute power as our version of electricity. Like I think what electricity was to the 20th century, compute power might be for the 21st century, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then these essentially become utilities that we then use towards the good stuff. Yeah, we'd use it to cure cancer rather than making more slop feeds.
How do you feel about?
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, I agree with. To some degree, I agree with his take on this. Although I still have a lot of reservations about just like implementing the AI technology, broadly speaking. Like I do feel like it's right now, considering what we're dealing with, it worries me that we're continuing to talk about AI like it's the solution to everything. Like to me, it feels like the sort of like naive optimism in many ways. And or like a good way to ignore just dealing with shit. Like we just need to get rid of it, right? We just need to buy them out for a penny on the dollar, and then shut them down, in my opinion. Right? Until we can get a hold of the climate change problem, we don't need AI, because it just exacerbates it, right? Like we don't need AI to solve the climate change problem, right? We know what we need to do to like we've known way too long what we need to do to solve all of that. And since we're not doing it, I don't think AI is going to solve it, right? Like it doesn't matter in what iteration of AI it is. I just don't see how it solves it. Like any better than like until human beings are willing to implement the things that we have known like would solve these problems, like we'll never have that, right? Like that's what's going on here. That's the problem, is humans have known what to do, we're just not doing it. We don't need AI to tell us. We've just been incredibly stubborn because we want more and more profits for oil companies and whomever else. Carlborough Marks, thank you for the gifted membership on YouTube. Much appreciated. Like, I get the optimistic desire to do it. Like, I get that. And I'm not saying at some point it won't be useful. Potentially. But until we can run all these things on only renewable energy, it is just going to be a net negative, in my opinion. Whether it's to society or to the earth.
The nationalization of our extraction industry, because you brought up the Nordic model quite a bit. And one of the biggest benefits is obviously like sovereign wealth funds that are directly funded by the entirety of the extraction industries in Norway.
Yeah.
Whether that be oil, whether that be the forests, or virtually all of the natural wealth that natural resources the country has, in some way, shape, or form is controlled in the hands of the government, and then surplus labor value that they extract, they put back into the sovereign wealth funds. Is there any interest in doing something like that?
Yeah. So in the Mission for America, we have, it's like a 20, I think we're at 22 chapters now of like detailed plans for what to do about every sector of the economy. And one of the plans is for how do you nationalize the fossil fuel industry?
How do you not call yourself a socialist? You already wrote Das Kapital, it seems.
I'm just saying, like, these ideas, especially because in some cases I'm going a little bit more radical than, say, like some of the lefty groups are. Like, I always get asked, like, are you for stopping all fossil fuel extraction? I say, no, I'm for nationalizing it, right? And
also, I mean, nationalizing it is the first step. But that doesn't mean you like improve or increase production or increase the productive capabilities. Nationalizing is an incredibly important first step to move into a radically transformative vision of what we must do with energy to begin with.
Exactly. Like, and there's this other component to it, which is a lot of these industries, just like the military, have really highly trained workforces, right? So you don't want to just actually have them go totally bankrupt and have all those workers lose their jobs. They could be using those, the people working on offshore oil company, rigs should be working on offshore wind farms. The people who've been, fracking for natural gas could be working on plugging a lot of these methane leaks all over the country, right?
Yeah.
And so if you nationalize it, you can start directing it in a sane way towards what you want to do, and you can start winding it down in a controlled way, right?
Yeah, people always say retraining doesn't work, and I'm like,
yeah, I'm worried that we have our eyes so far off of the ball when it comes to climate change, Hassan, and I'm afraid, I think Shaikat to some degree as well. I don't know what he means when he's talking about plugging these natural gas leaks. Like, maybe he's just talking about, like, the zombie well problem, which is absolutely a big problem. But hopefully he's not, like, suggesting that, like... Because the fact is, like, that is a problem. We have a much bigger problem when it comes to methane, right? Like, we have massive deposits of methane gas that are just being released into the atmosphere right now, including new ones that were just discovered in the Antarctic that seem to have just sort of started leaking very recently, like within the last year and a half, possibly, or less, honestly. I don't know. It's hard to say the exact timescale of it. But they were discovered last year, like last winter, right? Like, it was like, what, 5 months ago? We were talking about it in September or October. And there's just massive deposits of fucking methane all over the planet right now that are leaking because of climate change, right? That would remain in a frozen state in places like the Arctic and the Antarctic and in the tundra, where it's supposed to remain frozen, right? The second it unfreezes, we're fucked. And it's all unfreezing right now. You can't plug it. Like that's the thing. It's like you can't plug it. Like, if he means the wells, yeah. But I mean, we should just stop fracking, right? Like, that would be a huge, like that would just end it right there, right? We just stop fracking. That'll solve at least most of the problems when it comes to methane. At least our contributions to the methane, aside from the, of course, like I said, massive deposits that are literally melting and then just going up into the atmosphere. Let's not forget that methane is actually many, many times more detrimental, more damaging to the climate than regular carbon dioxide. CH4 versus CO2. Big time. I can't remember the exact number right now off the top of my head. I think it's like somewhere between like 20 and 50 times more potent greenhouse gas than CO2. Frizzla with a sweet super chat on YouTube. GSL, I'm 100 with you. In terms of AI, thinking it can solve climate change is just CEOs trying to hype their companies, and wishful thinking is by AI stance. Yeah, exactly. But it's just like, the problem is it's misplaced thinking. It's not just wishful thinking. It's just it's misplaced because we have known the problem causing climate change. We've known it for so long, so long. We've known it for so long. We're just not doing anything about it. And it's misplacing the solution, right? It's placing trust in something so that you don't have to address the actual problem. That's how I see it, right? Like they talk about how like AI is going to solve healthcare, right? Like we have the solution to healthcare. Fund it. Stop funding militaries and start funding Medicare, right? Like we have the solution. Start doing preventative medicine instead of reactionary medicine, right? Like we're misplacing our trust in AI when we have solutions for so many things in society. Not that it can't solve things, but I just feel like we're looking at it from the wrong angle. Like looking at it from this place of not having enough faith in ourselves, right? And in the things that we've already worked on. All right, I'm going to move on from this one. I still think Shycott's the best candidate right now running for Nancy Pelosi's seat that I have seen so far. So he's tentatively the galactic recommendation for San Francisco voters. While we're talking about brown guys running for office, might as well talk about the last brown guy to win big time seat. I'm of course talking about Zohran Mamdani. And Zohran's numbers just keep going up, which is strange in the world of politics. Wait, what just happened? Why did you just do this? Don't do that. This is stupid. What in the hell? I'm having a hard time. Having a hard time today. Jesus Christ.
I am having trouble doing a show.
I am having trouble doing a show right now. That's a real thing. All right, CNN last week, Emden. The great Harry Emden breaking down Zohran Mamdani's
latest visit to the White House
popularity.
yesterday, he not only pitched a massive federal housing plan for the city, but he came with props, playing directly into the president's love of building and perhaps the press, or at least attention of the press. And it may have worked. Mamdani also brought up a Columbia student being detained by ICE while he was at the White House. Trump phoned him shortly after the meeting to say that the woman had actually been released. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton joining us now with more on the New York City mayor's growing popularity.
Yeah.
Walk us through.
Yeah, okay. You know, President Trump is not the only one who gets the vapors when it comes to Zohran Mamdani. I mean, my goodness gracious, he likes popular
Zohran
politicians. Here's a
Mamdani.
popular politician for you. Take a look here. Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September of 2025, plus 14 points. December of 2025, plus 38. Now, look at this, plus 48 points. A more popular mayor to start off than either of his two Democratic predecessors, either Eric Adams or Bill de Blasio. The most popular Democrat in New York City in a generation. And President Trump, who likes to get on board with popular politicians, is getting on board right now with this guy.
Getting on board with this guy. Okay, so what about statewide?
Yeah.
What are we seeing statewide?
Okay, so you know what? A lot of Republicans were like, oh, we're going to run statewide in New York and run against Zohran Mamdani. There's a slight problem with that, and that is Zohran Mamdani isn't just popular in New York City. He's actually the most popular Democrat statewide. Take a look at this. Net favorable of New York Democrats statewide. Look at this. Zohran Mamdani with a positive net favor rating of plus 16 points. More popular than Kristen Gillibrand at plus 12. More popular than Kathy Hochul at plus 9. More popular than Chuck Schumer at minus 7. The bottom line is this. Zohran Mamdani is the most popular Democrat in the state of New York right now. Republicans are not going to be able to run against him in the midterms because the bottom line is this. He's popular not just in his home city, but he's popular in New York State as well.
Okay, but what about
There you go, Zoran Mamdani, the most popular politician in all of New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
But while we're in New York, might as well do one fun one here. ABC 7. Talk about a trend on social media.
Really cute. It's called This Is Who You're Asking. And how it works is you dig up a childhood photo,
Right.
you post it with a caption, and let people know exactly who they're dealing with. It's
Okay.
part meme, part introduction, and it's all heart. So you begin the caption with, this is who you're asking to.
Okay.
So here's our team. For Charlene, this is who you're asking
Oh.
to deliver the news
Oh.
and then go home
Sass.
and crush it as
Sass.
So Charlene, you have context. for
Total
this picture.
sass.
I'm making that face because the boy sitting right next to me who's cropped out, I didn't like him very much because he was mean, and my dad said that he was my boyfriend and then snapped a picture.
And you're like,
Yeah.
what?
No, total sass.
Yeah, say what?
Drum up.
Okay.
I've seen that face. I've seen that face.
Hey Joe, you're up next. This is who you're asking to Sunday.
What a cutie!
Yeah. But I think you got it backwards because you're the one asking to go talk to the
keep
stars.
asking to talk to stars on the red
Wait,
carpet.
that looks like the baby.
That
does
looks
look
like
like
your
my kid.
Pedro.
Yeah.
So
It
sweet.
really-
Baby Pedro right
It
there.
really does.
I peaked at however old I was in that picture.
Yeah.
So it's been downhill ever
That was my
Okay,
peak,
now-
he
All
said.
right.
This is who you're asking to deliver the forecast and the laughs, just like it's day one. How did you feel about that forecast and that picture? Sam?
So apparently this was a thing. Apparently I made that face a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
quite sure why. but
you still make it. Yeah, you still make it. My big weather was not loaded, and it was, Danny, please load big weather,
That is true.
which perfectly leads me into mine.
People in the back, I hear them going, he does.
Wow.
And this is who
Oh,
you're asking.
my goodness.
Right now,
Look-
Indian toast.
Forget that. Look at that gorgeous. Oh my God.
And that was my reaction when
That
Sam was
is-
like, Danny, did you load big weather? Yes, Sam, it's loaded.
That's not a class picture. That's
that
not
is-
a class
That's a
picture.
school photo.
Is that a professional photo?
That is a school photo, baby.
She's saying that's a school
Wow.
photo. Whose school photo looks like that?
You just turn it on like that in school photos? I bet your driver's license photo is like Vogue.
Listen, like you, I used to be a natural blonde, okay?
Oh, wow. People having fun over the ABC 7 studios there in New York. Are you ready for some galactic fun? Here you go. This is who you're asking to deliver your galactic news. Look at this. Look at this guy. My God. Trying to figure out this strange baby puzzle over here. All right, let's keep this moving. It's a real photo. It's a real photo. It's me. Just, trying to make my baby brain, just trying to unlock the mysteries of the universe from a very early age. It's a baby genius. That's what everybody says. Everybody's saying it. GalacticStreamLord actually a baby genius. Smartest baby ever born. Number one smart baby. Well, while we're in New York, I'm afraid we have some horrifying news to discuss here tonight. A protest turned to possible bomb threat incident outside of Gracie Mansion. Hateful bigots gathered. The same group, at least partially the same group of hateful bigots that attempted to assemble in Minnesota, led by Jake Lang. And those hateful bigots caused a great deal of chaos in New York. Another where they're not from, once again, just causing problems.
Someone.
He did not do that, bro. Y'all wildin'. Y'all wildin'. Y'all wildin'. That wasn't him. I got it on camera. Oh, my God. That's him? I'm trying to start a shot. I'm trying to start a shot. He is him. He is him. Stop resisting. That's him. He assaulted a police officer. He assaulted a police officer.
Y'all been lying all day. All day. Does someone have your emergency contact? Does someone have your... No, stop being so rough. You fucking terrorist. Why y'all being so rough with him? What's wrong with you, animal? Yo, y'all are a bunch of pigs the way you treat people.
It was not clear if that guy actually had anything to do with this incident, but was arrested by cops with bystanders saying that he's not the guy repeatedly.
Afternoon. I am here to brief you on a situation that occurred earlier today during protests outside of Gracie Mansion, from which footage of suspicious devices has been circulating on social media. The information that I am about to provide is preliminary and it is subject to change. At approximately 11 a.m., two separate demonstrations, a protest and a counter-protest, commenced in the area of East End Avenue and East 87th Street.
God, I fucking hate this woman. She is the worst. She really is. Like, and honestly, in her short time, well, not short time, but her short time as police commissioner under Zoran, she's just proven that she still doesn't deserve this fucking job. Oh, God. He
The initial
sucks.
protest, called Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City, Stop New York City Public Muslim Prayer, organized by individuals associated with far-right provocateur Jake Lang, drew approximately 20 participants. The counter-protest, Run the Nazis Out of New York City, Stand Against Hate, took place nearby with roughly 125 participants at its peak. Both groups were separated into designated protest areas by NYPD officers. Shortly before noon, tensions escalated between individuals in the two groups.
Thanks, Commissioner Tish. Great job with the press briefing. The worst. The worst. Now, they were literally doing an anti-Islam protest. They were out here protesting the existence of Islamic people. An incredibly hateful and bigoted thing for anyone to do. Seems like a weird choice of activity. You know, like literally, I feel like you could do anything else. This is America. Freedom of religion. You're protesting the existence of other people really seems anti-American. Let me think here. All right, I'm going to start a galactic content goal right now. We've already completed a half one, so it's just going to be like this. Be a $5. We're going to do a $5. So I think we're about halfway through, if I'm doing the math right. Maybe a little bit more, actually. But also, since it's Sunday Fun Day, we're going to take an actual break after we finish this discussion of this this incident that occurred outside Gracie Mansion yesterday. I guess it was actually, I think it might actually have been 2 days ago now. I'm trying to think.
We begin with breaking news. The NYPD says 6 people were arrested after 2 dueling protests outside Gracie Mansion clashed. The bomb squad also responded after multiple suspicious devices were used, one even thrown towards officers. Andrew Ramos is live outside of Gracie Mansion right now with the latest. Andrew, what can you tell us?
That's right, Alan. Law enforcement officials wrapping up that briefing just a short time ago where they revealed, as you said, 6 people arrested as a result of this heated clash that took place earlier today, just a block from Gracie Mansion. We heard at 87th and East End. Now, NYPD were already on the scene as they were expecting counter-protests to break out. Now, the planned demonstration called Stop the Islamic Takeover of NYC was spearheaded by online influencer and pardoned January rioter Jake Lang. Now, police say when Lang and his group of about 20 arrived, they were confronted and outnumbered by 125 counter-protesters who quickly swarmed and overwhelmed the group. Both insults and fists were thrown from both sides. But things took a wild turn when a member of Lang's group began pepper spraying people. As you could see, it left several victims crying and screaming in the streets. Now, things got even more tense when NYPD officers observed one of the counter-protesters throwing a device that was described as being smaller as a football that emitted some sort of smoke. Now, officers were quickly able to contain the device. Take a listen to what Commissioner Tisch said.
No, we're not going to listen to Commissioner Tisch. I think we're good on that. Anyway, Jake Lang coming to another city where he's not welcome, causing more chaos. Shock of shocks. Joe 47771, thank you for the super chat. Penguin. Penguin right back at you, Joe 47771. All right, now, while everybody is super chatting and or gifting memberships or whatever else I've noticed, subscriptions on Twitch, all of that is very great and very helpful. But just a reminder, we do have a fairly large galactic deficit that we need to solve before the end of March. One which is growing larger by the day, at least the way I see it, as we have yet to make an adequate amount of progress over there. And you could be contributing to the content goal right now, the Sunday Funday content goal, by also contributing to the financing of the galactic deficit over on places like Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, of course. As we see that money
immediately, if not sooner.
Rather than having to wait many weeks on our YouTube and or Twitch money.
Zuckerbucks.
All right. Trying to think, how many days we got left? 23 days. So we got to raise like $22 or something like that a day on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon between now and April 1st so that we can pay the bills. All right, everybody, quick break. We'll be right back. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Without your support, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off into the deep dark void, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throw, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon. Where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like a avatar on one of the break screens, super secret channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Oh, speaking of Patreon, guess what, everybody? Benefactors, philanthropists, the top 2 tiers on Patreon. I finally updated the Galactic Benefactor shout-out tonight. I did it. Yay. I know many have been waiting weeks for me to actually update the Galactic Benefactor animation. I finally did it. It only took me, I don't know how long, but I did it. And I feel proud of myself for that. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are back. I saw somebody ask why the goal was only one, there was only one super chat done on the goal. The reason for that is because it's only a half goal, because we already completed half of it. Technically, before I ever started it. Got a bunch of donations before, I mean, it was 8 minutes ago or 9 minutes ago that I started it, I think. So that's why it's one of 5 rather than one of 10. Just a reminder, everybody, best way to contribute to the content goal tonight, till we complete the galactic deficit goal, is by donating on places like Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. All right, people, we got a hell of a lot more to talk about. Let's go from the psychotic right-wingers who went to New York to bother people in a racist and terrible way. Bother the mayor for whatever racist reasons they had there. Talking about the sort of mutation of MAGA.
You also talked with this guy Dave Riley here, who his ideology, it seems like it's pretty aligned with this kind of emerging element on the far right. Fuentes associated, bit of a Catholic supremacist as well, and
so he says.
Yeah, and deeply anti-Semitic as well.
That's the main thing.
Talk about his ideology and what your conversation was like with him, who's obviously at Idaho based.
Yeah, Riley is okay. Well, just some quick background on Riley. He's one of the people who came from out of state to kind of be like, this is a place I can kind of move in and do things. And he defines himself as a Catholic for sure. His original brand was around white nationalism. That's kind of the way he would have, I don't know if he would have said that as much, but he was in discords and stuff like that where they were kind of planning the original Unite the Right rally back in the day. And he sort of reinvented himself as a sort of Catholic nationalist, would be the way he describes himself. But he's really centered on the conspiracies around Jewish people. And when I met him in this bar, outdoor bar called Whispers, which, it's like they're playing like, Hearts power ballads out in the lobby, and like it was out on a beautiful deck in this resort in Coeur d'Alene. And he's wearing like a huge crucifix around his neck. Like if it were diamond, you'd think he was you'd think he was like Playboy Cardi or something. He was he's like, everything goes back to Jews, and he is under the belief, this is a place with very few Jews. And he feels like he can really make inroads around that. And on the other side of this is a conflict with a far-right Christian Zionist movement in North Idaho. And I think it's impossible to talk about Riley and his activism without talking about them, because there's a church called Candlelight Church. I was, when I went there, they told me they told us to essentially not pray to Samuel Alito, but they put up a big picture of him. Yeah, no, there's like a big picture of Samuel Alito. It's in the story. You got to like
pray. It's like I get what he's saying though. He's not literally pray to Sam Alito, but like pray for Sam Alito. Pray over this picture of Sam Alito so that he may be guided by God.
This is ridiculous. That's in the Bible.
Squint, but there's like, it goes by really quickly. I blew it up bigger.
Dragonia.
So they put a picture of Samuel Alito, and they're like, they want to pray for him, and they're like, we forgive him for being Catholic or whatever, but like, we
nice
hope that this man can, do the right thing in his heart or whatever. And they have a huge Israel flag on the side of the stage. I mean, like monster sized. It's not like, oh, we support Israel with like a little thing. It's just like huge flag. And locally, Riley has been at war with the pastor there, this guy named Paul Van Noy. And it is this conflict between sort of philo-Semitic far-right, philo-Semitic far-right church and like a kind of anti-Semitic activism in which everything is centered around the problems in your life that you're having right now. The Jews are responsible for that.
Shut up.
And for me, it's so tiresome and awful. I've heard so much of it, and and there are very few Jews in the area. And if you were Jewish, I would want to leave. Like I would not want to be there.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, and this is a particular mutation in the Republican Party that is causing some in the Republican Party a great deal of distress. Especially the very pro-Israeli conservatives. They find this blatant and outward anti-Semitism as being a problem, but not because of the hate, but because it's Israel, right? Like that's aside from some, right? Like I feel like your Barry Weisses are genuinely concerned about that, but don't know what to do aside from support it. And like your Ben Shapiro's, right? But I feel like the non-Jewish conservatives are perfectly fine with it, right? They're like, the hate's not the problem, it's Israel, right? Against the anti-Semitism is leading to them not supporting Israel. Like we can't have that. I'm fine if you want to go burn a cross in somebody's yard and run around with a Nazi flag, but please don't criticize our support of Israel. It's incredibly anti-Semitic of you. Speaking of hate and racism, bigotry, of course, all of those things have led to what we've seen with regards the activities of ICE in the last year, and perhaps longer. Let's go to this. I don't know what to call it. This artistic discussion surrounding one child artist who herself spent some time in an immigration detention center. A concentration.
A drawing made by a 13-year-old girl shows her view of being held in detention in the United States. The family kept it when they were deported back to Colombia.
Nosotros salimos de Colombia el 30 de enero del 2020.
We left Colombia on January 30th, 2024, and entered the United States. We surrendered to immigration officers because the previous government told us that that's how we enter the United States and start the asylum process.
During a routine immigration check-in, last December, Andrea Armero and her 2 daughters were picked up by ICE and sent from Florida to an immigration detention facility in Dilley, Texas. She told detention officials her 13-year-old had a history of panic attacks and anxiety.
Que ella contaba con diagnóstico de ansiedad y depresión.
I told them that she had a diagnosis of anxiety and depression and that she was currently on medication and was being evaluated by a psychiatrist every 2 weeks.
Says her daughter stopped getting regular treatment and the medication was intermittent.
They were completely isolated in the room. Only 2 counselors saw her there, but never a doctor. Sometimes they prescribe medications, and we have to wait
says her daughter began writing and drawing,
days.
But her condition continued to
They had to wait days for medication for children. Disgusting.
Y nos toca esperar de 3 a 4 días para que el medicamento llegue.
Armero says her daughter began writing and drawing, but her condition continued to deteriorate. At one point she wrote, quote, "Only you torment yourself."
Tuvo múltiples cortes. En su momento de crisis se pegaba muchísimo en la cabeza.
She had multiple cuts, actually, in her moment of crisis. She was hitting her head a lot. She said she didn't want to live anymore because of having to continue to live in confinement. That she would rather die.
That the 13-year-old had attempted suicide while at Dilley. The AP reached out to the Department of Homeland Security, which said there had been a case of self-harm at Dilley, but it involved a boy, and did not respond to detailed questions about this case. Dilley is the same facility.
Which probably means that there was just another incident, like they didn't document this incident, and instead, only documented one other incident. Who knows how many incidents they're completely ignoring and failing to document properly. The fact is, they're just torturing children. They're literally just torturing children with medical conditions. Just for the hatred of immigrants. These kids probably, I'm fairly certain these kids belonged here. They were here on refugee. They were here as refugees. You know, the thing that now American citizens abroad are being turned into by the war in Iran. Same thing, except these are kids not from America. Because let's not forget, American citizens right now are being told by our State Department and by the White House to cross into other countries on foot, making them refugees. I know this is hard to grasp, but not every piece of land on the planet is America. And there's a bunch of American citizens abroad who are now being asked to cross over into other countries on foot as refugees to avoid being killed by either the United States or by Iran or Israel, right? Those countries could choose to detain those citizens and throw them into concentration camps, murder them, I guess. But that would be no different than what the United States is currently doing. Would those countries have justification in doing that? That's one thing I keep asking myself, is would American citizens who support what ICE is doing in the United States support that? Would all the ICE supporting idiots support American citizens abroad being murdered by the governments like Oman or whomever else, whatever country they might be crossing into? I don't know, Azerbaijan or Armenia. Would they be fine with those people being killed for merely crossing into those countries or being detained indefinitely? Not being given proper food or adequate, like bathroom facilities or whatever else. Would that be fine? Being shoved into a cell with like dozens of other people just for fleeing the violence being created by our own government right now? Because that's basically the mindset you have to have. If you're an ICE supporter, you can't not support that. You have to hate immigrants and refugees so much that you have to be able to support Americans who are refugees abroad being treated in the same way that they're being treated here. Or you're just a massive fucking hypocrite. Now, they're switching out hypocrites over at ICE. Switching out Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Cricket. They're switching out Puppy Killer for the hater of reality. The man we all know as Mark Wayne.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn to Washington, D.C. On Thursday, President Trump fired Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security. He announced the decision on social media and said Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma would take over. Noem has been facing intensifying calls to resign or be impeached over her disastrous handling of Trump's immigration raids nationwide. She was grilled by lawmakers earlier this week at a series of hearings on Capitol Hill. This is Republican Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina questioning Noem about the shooting deaths of U.S. citizens Renee Good and Alex Pretty in Minneapolis.
The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Miss Good and Mr. Pretty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it, so our law enforcement officers do not have this pall cast upon them.
Noem was also widely accused of corruption. In one instance, she oversaw a self-promotional Department of Homeland Security advertising campaign that cost $220 million. The no-bid contract was awarded to a newly formed limited liability company, which then subcontracted with The Strategy Group, a company whose CEO, Ben Yoho, is married to Noem's former assistant secretary at DHS, Tricia McLaughlin, who just left. This is Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana.
You're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending
if not sooner.
$220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know you were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Reuters he had not signed off on the spending. While Noem is being removed as DHS secretary, President Trump said she'll stay in the administration in a newly created role, special envoy to the Shield of the Americas, an initiative Trump said would be formally announced this weekend in a summit in Miami. We'll talk more about that later in the broadcast. But first, for more on Noem's ouster and her replacement, we're joined by two guests. Chris Stein is the senior politics reporter for The Guardian U.S. His most recent piece headlined, Trump Fires Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. In New York, Justin Elliott, reporter for ProPublica, co-author of several investigative reports on Kristi Noem, including the most recent Kristi Noem misled Congress about top aides' role in DHS contracts. Lay out, Justin, if you will, the corruption allegations against Noem. And again, she has not been entirely removed from the Trump administration, just moved to a different role at this point.
New job
the precipitating
at S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be great. Kristi Noem at S.H.I.E.L.D. I know you're all thinking it's going to be like Marvel, and that's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's going to be like the American real-life Marvel of Captain Planet and Scooby-Doo, and all of the other heroes from the Marvel Universe. It's going to be great.
event that led to her firing was that exchange you played with the Republican Senator Kennedy from Louisiana about this ad campaign. And this ad campaign's been going on actually for, since the very beginning of the Trump administration. As you said, $220 million of taxpayer money for these ads, some of which featured Noem on horseback in front of Mount Rushmore. And this did not go through the normal competitive process, went to a Delaware LLC that was formed only a few days before getting this absolutely massive contract. We reported that one of the subcontractors, as you mentioned, was a Republican media firm run by the husband of the now former DHS spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin. It turned out they actually got a relatively small amount of money, but more money went to a couple of other Republican media firms that handled the ad buying for President Trump's campaign. And I will say that, in sort of partial defense of Noem on this, if President Trump or the White House had a problem with this ad campaign, this was no secret. It was announced by press release a year ago. The ads were
seriously. They only had a problem with it when it became like publicly embarrassing for them after she was grilled in Congress over it. but they had no complaints about it. Like, it was going on for like a full year. Like, the shit, I mean, maybe that one ad, specifically the one with the horse, I think that was probably over. I think it was in the summer, technically. But it's ridiculous. They had months. They had well over like a half a year to do anything about it. They didn't care. They didn't care. They just started making him look bad. So they gave her a new job. That's really how this is all working in the new Trump administration. For whatever reason, no one's like actually losing like the orbit. Like, they're still, like, if anything, it's just like the orbits are changing, right? Like, oh, you're going to be slightly further from Trump, but don't worry, we have a job for you. Like Mike Walls, don't worry. I know that you leaked the Signal chat unintentionally with classified details to the editor of a national publication. That's okay. That's okay. Look, we don't think that you should be advising us on security anymore after that, but hey, we got a sweet job for you at the UN, buddy. Christy, look. You've been spending money in a bad way. And we still like you. But it's clear that you need a change of pace, so let's get you a new job at this great new agency we just came up with called Shield for America. Look, it's got all the same letters from DHS. And a couple of new ones. If anything, it's a promotion. Think of it like that, Christy. Did we cover the Zoran attack yet? We did cover the Zoran attack already. Yeah, way to go, Sola, if you missed that. Great job. Yep. Of course, they wouldn't want to be accused of cancel culture. No, not this administration. They wouldn't cancel their own people. And thankfully, these days, all the networks and everything are run by Trump sycophants. So no cancel culture going on at places like CBS, of course. At least not in the way that it's thought of by Republicans. So they're canceling the truth and the actual news and journalism, but, Now, of course, consolidation is not just happening over at CBS, but it is doing a fair amount of it right now, including the possibility of Paramount taking over Warner Brothers, HBO, CNN, and whatever else is underneath that corporate umbrella. That's right, because Netflix has dropped out of the WB bidding war as of last week.
Moments ago, Netflix.
Now, it's not a guarantee. Not a guarantee that Paramount will, in fact, buy Warner Brothers, but it would seem that it's all but slated to happen. Prepare yourselves for that. Jake Tapper has the news for us. Great, Jake.
Moments ago, Netflix
say words.
Is declining
your stupid
to raise
face.
its offer for the purchase of Warner Brothers Studios and HBO, following the Warner Brothers Discovery Board's determination that Paramount, which is not just going for Warner Brothers Studios and HBO, but also the whole enchilada, including us here at CNN, Paramount has submitted a superior offer, according to Warner Brothers Discovery's board. As I've noted, Warner Brothers Discovery is the parent company of CNN. So let's get right to CNN Chief Media Analyst Brian Stelter. So let's start with the question, why did Netflix walk away? Ted Sarandos and others at Netflix made it very clear they really wanted Warner Brothers Studios and they really wanted HBO.
Right, in this corporate tug of war, it seems Netflix has suddenly let go of the rope. There's a lot, of course, that could still happen here, but the big news this afternoon is that Paramount suddenly is in a much stronger position to take over CNN and the rest of the Warner Bros. Discovery company, which includes HBO and the Warner Bros. Movie Studio and all those other assets. Paramount is the company that essentially put this into play last summer. New CEO David Ellison, shortly after taking over Paramount, CBS, that part of the media world, then set his sights on WBD. And WBD CEO David Zaslav started a bidding war as a result. He sided with Netflix, the WBD board sided with Netflix for a deal that had been struck back in December, but Paramount had then launched a hostile takeover bid. And in recent days, Paramount had negotiations with WBD and raised the offer to $31 per share with a bunch of sweeteners that made the deal more appealing, more palatable to WBD. So in the last few hours, we've heard from WBD that it is siding with Paramount, and now Netflix is walking away from the table. There's two elements about this, Jake. Number one, Netflix says, quote, the deal is no longer financially attractive, so we are declining to match the Paramount bid. But number two, Ted Sarandos, the co-CEO of Netflix, was at the White House for meetings today, and I'm told by a source he left the White House in a not very happy mood. There's a lot more reporting to do about that aspect of the story. We don't know anything from the Netflix side about the White House meetings, but it is clear that M&A runs through the Oval Office right now, and it is possible that Netflix has been given signals from the White House that the regulatory roadblocks were going to be too severe for the Netflix deal to get through. Bottom line, Paramount now takes the lead in this ongoing race to take over Warner Brothers. There are still other regulatory hurdles for Paramount, but it's a big, big change now and a big success for Paramount to have Netflix say it's walking away. And there's lots of caveats.
Okay, Brian, thanks. I feel like they're trying to play both sides on this one, even though this is a terrible fucking thing. Like, CNN's like, oh, well, we might be our bosses might be, and our new future bosses might be listening.
Awful. Weak.
Speaking of corporate consolidations, let's go to the corporate Hasanabi Industrial Complex for a quick clip. Go back in time, long ago, to 2016.
Real women vote Trump.
By the way, this is a relic. This is a cultural relic of the first Trump administration because, like, when you actually think about it, this is objectively woke by today's standards. Think about how far we have fallen. That, like, this is a Trump 1 relic, okay, of a bygone era. A video like this, if it was produced nowadays, the rest of the MAGA movement would immediately dox the women involved. If this video came out today, they'd be like, oh, dude, fuck no.
We don't need no liberal Trump, yeah, real women.
Yeah, it's also woke because it's like saying women should vote for Trump instead of saying women shouldn't be able to vote. So that's also woke too. But that's woke. That's woke as fuck. They're literally trying to be trans inclusive in the best way they possibly can be.
It's true. When I saw that earlier, I was like, there's no way. There's no way this would fly in Trump's America 2.0. Oh my God. Trans-inclusive Trumpism. Make America
Every single
great
person
again.
on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Well, let's go from the most fit leftist to the most degraded and decaying president we've perhaps ever had.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
I don't even know how to. Will you also, we'll play this in a second.
Okay.
Will you also look for, apparently there's a huge rash on Trump's neck that's going around?
I can find that.
Okay.
I said at the beginning of the show, after the report that Trump has not been seen really since this weekend, right? I mean, like Saturday night, late.
Perfect.
They
MRI.
ran a video that he prepared because he couldn't stay up that late to announce that we were engaged in a non-war war regime change.
What Sam doesn't understand is that I was actually taking a brief nap. It's a polyphasic nap I was taking, of many polyphasic naps, because I needed to prepare myself for a perfectly normal, perhaps the very best MRI I had scheduled at my totally normal 5th checkup of the year.
There is Donald Trump is out there with a huge, disturbing rash on his neck. I mean, it happens.
Ugh. God,
It could have been
so repulsive, and now we add the rotting, the reports of how he's shitting himself all the time, allegedly, and smells horrible. God, he really is like a festering sore on this planet.
But this is, I mean, I've heard him go off and get loony before, but this is something else.
I have a policeman. I tell the story. Same guy. I meet him, but this wonderful, tough policeman from New York. He's taking good care of us.
Wonderful
and
and
he said, "Sir, it's so good. My married life has gotten so much better. Why? My wife thought I was a loser financially. I couldn't make any money because my 401k was dying for years, and now she thinks I'm the smartest financial genius ever. It's made my sex life good. It's made my life good."
You have a mental health problem.
It's given me a tremendous boost in life, sir. This is a big, tough cop. He said, "My wife treated me like a dog."
Oh, he's a sick man. But honestly, it's nice to be, what's the word? Proven right about things you'd been thinking for a while, like that Melania was only there for Trump's money. She thought I was a loser because I had no money. And now I have a lot of money and she thinks I'm great. Melania tells me every morning, "You are much more high value than you were before.
Be best.
You are being much best than you were before. Not have more money."
Now she admires my financial genius, and I haven't done anything. My 401k has gone through the roof. So I said, "Thank you very much."
So he's a new NYPD cop that I'm just trying.
I paid for my wife, so I
relate.
It was all transactional.
He starts with, "I have a policeman."
I have a policeman.
I just want to. Yeah. So.
Perfect brain and mind. All the doctors and people are saying it. I have a perfect brain and mind.
Wow.
Even my wife is saying it now that my 401k is much larger. She's saying, "Mr. President, you have a perfect brain and mind. Now that your 401k is much larger, and my share of it is much bigger." Now, allegedly the president's health is perfect. I would say it doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem great. Actually, perhaps going in the wrong direction. It kind of seems more and more like he's sundowning. Every day, a little bit more. By the way, we got a bunch of streaks over here on Twitch. Ian Leal with a 10-stream streak. Manda with a 65-stream streak. Sudden Apollo and Hazemaker 420 with a 35 and a 20-stream streak, respectively. Great job, everybody. You're all clearly galactic space fams, stream heads. You're real space fams. All right, now, one thing that might help the president, I don't know, I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. But everybody's saying it. Maybe peptides. I don't know. Have you heard of GLP-1s?
Put it inside me.
Go, Web, go.
That's what Silicon Valley is saying about something called peptides. These ostensibly magic drugs aren't exactly legal and are often sourced from unregulated factories in China, but that hasn't stopped them from exploding in popularity amongst in-the-know techies and corporate bigwigs, with promises that they can do things like burn our fat, tan our skin, focus our brains, improve our sleep, and horny our libidos. And it's promises like these that are just now inspiring normies to start poking themselves with the magic juice. Yet one question remains.
The muscular
What
flap.
even is this stuff? And is this all gonna end really bad? Okay, that was 2 questions, but... Simply put, peptides are chains of amino acids that help your body perform various functions, from healing a muscle tear, growing skin cells, or producing an entire above-ground pool's worth of testosterone, as mine's been known to do. There are some famous peptides you've probably heard of, like insulin and oxytocin. Peptides like these are created inside the body using proteins that we consume through food. But the things that we'll be talking about today are peptides that are created synthetically in a lab and are then injected straight into your bod with a needle. You might be familiar with glucagon-like peptide 1, or GLP-1. Drugs like Ozempic or Wegovy inject a version of GLP-1 into your body, which helps you lose weight. These shots are legal and have, quite frankly, been everywhere the last few years, but their popularity has spurred a hunt to find new injectable peptide drugs that might also yield other health benefits, which is how we've reached the more colloquial umbrella term of peptides, referring to stuff like GLP-1s, but also dozens of different experimental and off-label shots with names that, when spoken, make you sound like a total droid.
I'm on Retta, Tesamorelin, and then NAD nasal. IGF-1 LR3. BBC TB500. EPC 157. GLP-3. GHKCU.
GHK.
TB500. Retatrutide.
Melanotan 1.
CJC.
BBC 157.
GLP-1. N-acetylsaline. GHKCU. BBC 157. DSIP. MOTC. Tesamorelin. IGF-1 LR3. Epithalon. Thymosin alpha-1. ARA-29. Virilantide. PT1.
Okay, this guy's got to settle the fuck down. Jesus Christ. People have gone just insane. They've gone insane. I remember when, like, the options were steroids or not steroids, and now it's, hey, we've got an entire class of substances that we claim can do all sorts of things. Put them in your body.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Look at my penis.
Oxytocin.
Illegal.
What? Since these shots are unregulated and understudied, not a ton is scientifically known about what peptides will do to your body. Yet peptide takers hope that stuff like BPC 157 will repair their muscles, GHKCU will reduce their wrinkles, dihexia will help them focus more, ipamorelin will help them sleep better, and Slytherin will help them diabolically scheme against the boy who lived.
What now?
Sometimes these peptides are sold individually, but they can also be combined to create so-called stacks, or groups of peptides taken at the same time to get different effects. Many pep pushers that corner you in the gym shower will talk about their own unique stack, although certain ones come with fun nicknames like the Wolverine or Glow Stacks.
There's such a broad category of things being sold as peptides that it's hard to really paint with a broad brush, because on the one hand, the GLPs those are safe. People have been taking those for, decades now. So we're currently in the early adopter phase, just as we've been with any other kind of like new development where there's the first crazy guy to get a car in the late 19th century. And to be clear, like there certainly are risks that are, because a lot of these things haven't been studied at all really in a clinical setting.
So we don't know necessarily if the people taking peptides now are like the first crazy guy to ride a car, as you said, or like the first guy to give their baby opium, essentially.
We don't know that, no.
Illegal. Ezra Marcus is a reporter with glasses who wrote a piece about his own experience uncovering the world of peptides before then deciding to put them inside of himself.
The man asked me a hard question. Process that any consumer of this stuff would go through. So I went through two different routes. The first was I went to a above board regulated, to some extent, med spa, and I said, I'm a reporter, I'm interested in peptides, like what do you got for me? They basically were like, well, we have this thing called NAD for you. The med spas generally are limited to what they can legally obtain. Then I was like, well, let me go through the sort of other channel that people are engaging in with this stuff, which is what you're seeing more from your kind of teenage looks maxers. What I did was I went on Reddit, on the peptides Reddit channel, and I just started DMing people like, hey,
this is a human man
about peptides. And some guy was like, cool, join my Discord. And there was a representative from a Chinese factory manufacturer in the Discord who would sort of handle all their orders and claim to be testing the samples, and it was all just sort of, she was just selling directly to these people. And I was okay, well, I'll just buy the cheapest amount of retatrutide that they sold, which was 10 5-milligram vials for like $150. Sent her Bitcoin, and 2 weeks later, it showed up on my doorstep. Labeled, of course, for
You want beer without carbs? Fix that? I think that already exists, doesn't it? It just exists without flavor. The Michelob Ultra, right? Or whatever it is. I think you can get that. You just have to sacrifice the desire to put something in your mouth that tastes good. That's all.
Search purposes only.
Folks, does your investing app feel like a game? Well, if you're looking for a broker that doesn't also seem like your bookie, I invite you to try out Public. Public is the investing platform for folks who take their investing serious.
And that's where we're going to stop it there. Zima. Does that still exist? People still making Zima? Is that a product people still sell? Oh, God. I haven't thought about Zima since, like, high school. But while we're talking about teenage looks maxers dosing themselves with peptides, might as well talk about the, I guess you would call the head teenage, or I think he might be in his 20s. But the head Gen Z looks maxer, sort of the Alpha Z, I guess you might call him. The Alpha Z.
You are not funny.
Settle down. Let's talk about the one, the only, Clavicular, who apparently is having himself a kind of a hard time. Poor Clavicular, whatever his name.
I'm having a hard time.
Calling from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it is Kowalski from the unusually warm state of Nebraska.
Kowalski from Nebraska. What's on your mind?
Well, Sam, I have noticed that in the last 2 weeks, you have not addressed something that has been going around the internet, and it just seems a bit suspicious to me.
All right. Do tell.
You have not once put your thumb on the scale of the discussions about the look-maxer Clavicular getting frame-mogged by an ASU frat leader, which, sent his cortisol levels into the danger levels. And I'm just curious why, as a looks maxer yourself, you haven't touched on this.
So the mogging.
What the fuck is going on?
Can't even pretend like I understand what that means.
I'm not gonna lie though. I like watching Sam try to pretend to care about what is being said right now.
I can't even Claviclier doesn't look as good as the guy from ASU. Is that what it is?
Claviclier.
Yeah, correct. He totally got frame mogged by.
You're a little baby.
I believe it's called a Chad from.
Oh, I know what that
ASU,
is.
And it wasn't even close.
Oh no! I mean, I'm listen. I'm a Alpha Riz. I got Alpha Riz and Chad Riz going on.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
I mean, we know your cortisol levels are through the goddamn roof.
Oh, dude, I
that's
sell
bad, though.
my extra cortisol.
It's bad to have cortisol, isn't it?
No.
But
I have no idea. This is Gen Z stuff. From my understanding, this is like their challenger moment. So,
Clavicular being the guy who smashes his jaw with a hammer so that it microfractures and grows back stronger.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Future Republican Party leader in the Senate, I think.
Well, I appreciate you weighing in with that.
all right. And then I just wanted to talk about one agricultural thing if there's time.
Sure. Just don't gesture max.
Agriculture? What? Nobody's got time for that, Kowalski. God damn it. We're trying to looks max, okay? We're trying to hit peak optimum life trajectory over here. We can't be bothering ourselves with agriculture.
This is ridiculous.
How am I supposed to reach the penultimate, the ultimate, like the peak? Can't do that. Can't do that if I'm thinking about your agriculture problems over there, pal. Okay. Now, one thing that's causing the young people a lot of problems, and in my estimation, leading them to do weird stuff to themselves with regards to all of these drugs and the hammers and other things and the mogging, I would say it's really their future prospects. And, I don't know, things like the housing crisis, their inability to even imagine themselves having a potentially normal life, or at least the life that's been sold to America.
Mobile home parks might be the last form of truly affordable housing in the United States, but they're under attack. Corrupt landlords, property management companies, and private equity increasingly see these mobile parks as easy sources of cash, where they can jack up the rent while spending next to nothing.
It was so interesting that at the time that the rent increases were going up quite a bit, that maintenance on the park basically stopped.
They're squeezing entire communities of people who feel like they have nowhere else to go.
There is no affordable land within 100 miles of Bozeman. A lot of these trailers probably couldn't be moved. These are families. These are your working community, and we have been treated like crap.
When mobile homeowners move to a park, they often own their mobile, but they still rent the land. And as a part of that deal, the landowner is supposed to maintain the park and the infrastructure, but it often doesn't work out that way.
I have to keep water jugs in my bathroom just to make sure if they shut the water off, I can use my own toilet. I smelled sewer for 2 months because it took them over 2 months to fix a collapsed sewer pipe.
Negligent owners and property management companies, like the owner of these Bozeman mobile home parks, Gary Oakland, see manufactured housing as a new cash cow, where they can raise the rent and skimp on maintenance.
I'm told that they're making huge profits.
Mobile home park investing.
The quintessential ideal investment.
Investors have been buying up mobile home parks, and critics say driving up monthly fees and squeezing out low-income residents, or sometimes just redeveloping the land.
We have failing power boxes, failing water shutoffs, the streets being unmaintained, the sidewalks, the driveways, they're all a danger.
So after repeatedly trying to get their basic needs met, Bozeman mobile homeowners took matters into their own hands, joining together to form a tenant union.
1, 2, 3, 4. We won't take it anymore. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sit down and negotiate.
We will not stand for continued rent hike.
It's kind of incredible how America has really, arrived at this moment. Capitalism completely imploding because of the greed of the few. But the fact that mobile home ownership is now, unattainable. We've hit peak late stage capitalism. When mobile home ownership is just become unaffordable as well. Nothing, you can't. No chance. Sorry, Gen Z. Better get back to the hammers and the peptides, I guess. I guess we'll just have to keep fighting back. All right, we're gonna shift topics now. Let's talk about some climate change, environmental issues. Things that are causing us problems. Let's go here. Let's talk about the housing crisis. A different crisis. Let's talk about the crisis created by car companies.
A lot has changed in America in the past 30 years. We got the internet, you can't joke about anything anymore because of cancel culture, and of course, America's roads have become infested with glorified tanks. See, not so long ago, almost every car on the road was a car. Auto manufacturers were mostly focused on trying to get good gas mileage, and cars like this were off-road vehicles for outdoors enthusiasts and men who wanted to feel like a big boy. Nowadays, the majority of the vehicles on the road are SUVs, which might not have been a problem, except for they get worse gas mileage, they produce more pollution, they're heavier and do more damage to the roads and bridges they drive on, and I guess this is relevant, they are murdering the absolute hell out of both pedestrians and people in smaller vehicles. And it would be one thing if Americans just kept demanding bigger and bigger cars. It would still suck, it would just kind of be our fault, you know? But the reason everyone's mom is driving a monster truck is mostly because car companies, specifically American car companies, make way more money selling an SUV than selling a car. And it's not just because they can charge more for them. Due to a loophole in the 1970s, SUVs don't have to hit the same standards as cars because SUVs are regulated as non-passenger work vehicles, like for farms and construction sites, and it's such a crazy story, we made a whole episode about it. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree, and whatever the opposite of a car fetish is, and this is a video about how all the cars in America became tanks. Welcome to Climate Town. Alright, harken yourselves back to the distant past of the 1970s. Pants technology was at an all-time high, and car ownership had exploded. Almost half of all the cars in the entire world were in America. That's a stat you can be proud of. And all those cars ran on good, low-cost gasoline easily imported from a Middle Eastern oil cartel known as OPEC. But then in 1973, the US backed Israel in the Yom Kippur War, and OPEC decided they weren't going to give America any gasoline anymore, which led to a massive nationwide gasoline shortage that looked a little something like this.
Said a lot of gas!
I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Didn't they come out and tell us there was no gas? 3 or 4 cars. No, they did not.
It's 8:45. What are you doing in line?
Told us.
What are you
This is ridiculous.
I can go on disability. I got to wear 2 splits, braces.
It turns out America completely falls apart without gasoline, which was annoying, and it was also a national security risk. If a foreign government could just cut off our gasoline supply all willy-nilly, then we wouldn't be able to pursue the American dream of doing whatever we wanted with no consequences. And since cars were averaging about 13.5 miles per gallon, Congress decided to use some good old-fashioned government regulation to force car manufacturers to increase the average fuel economy of their vehicles. So in 1975, they passed the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, which included a section known as the CAFE Standards, which stands for Corporate Average Fuel Economy. These standards required the average gas mileage for all the cars in a company's fleet to be 27.5 miles per gallon by 1985. So while American auto manufacturers may not have enjoyed being forced to make better cars, American consumers were extremely on board with prioritizing fuel economy. Here's a car salesman on the brink of tears talking about the state of customers in a fuel-constrained America.
What sort of things do people say to you when they come in to buy a car?
Gas mileage, that's the #1 topic. How many miles to a gallon will this get? And that doesn't make any difference if they're buying the smallest Pinto that we sell or the Mazda. The other day, a lady came in with her fur coat and her rings and her jewelry and her 3 big heavy friends, and they want to see a Mazda station wagon, which is a small car. The 3 of them couldn't get into the car at one time. They were stuffing them in the door, and they were just sitting scrunched up in there, and they couldn't drive the car even. But this is what she wanted because she was concerned about the gas mileage.
And that could have been the end of this video if it weren't for a little thing called the light truck loophole. See, cars may have been most of the vehicles on the streets, but there were also trucks that farmers and workers would use to grow your food and carry your picket fence, haul your construction equipment. That's a much better example. And these were considered non-passenger work vehicles. Because people weren't driving them to and from their marketing job, they were being used for work. These guys had first been classified as a different kind of vehicle back when the EPA was trying to get all that pesky lead out of the air that was pickling our grandparents' brains.
Nationwide, 3 million young children, 1 out of every 6, have blood lead levels high enough to impair mental development.
They focused the regulations on passenger vehicles rather than work vehicles. And the CAFE standards use this same logic. Ooh. See? That's a
There's something so incredibly comedic about Raleigh yelling about this truck. Like, I don't know. It is a perfect moment. Oh, God. And that's production value. Thank you, Raleigh. Yep. Unfortunately, they created a big old loophole for those trucks. And then auto manufacturers drove, literally drove all those SUVs and pickup trucks that you see gleaming, filled with soccer moms and their children, or nobody at all, heading to the Starbucks or Costco or whatever. That's, thank that loophole. Maybe we should get rid of that, since clearly people are abusing it. Because people are clearly abusing it. Now, another thing that's bad for the climate is, of course, methane gas. CH4, I believe, is the chemical compound talking about. Of course, it's detrimental to the environment and vis-a-vis climate change and greenhouse gases, as it's one of the most potent greenhouse gases known to man. But of course, it's also very bad just for the area surrounding, where they do the extraction of that gas. One place where they're doing a lot of gas extraction is down south in Louisiana.
Being raised of just shrimping right here, you know, it's devastated what we do.
This is Cameron, Louisiana. 40 years ago, it was the top seafood port in the United States. But there's a new industry here that's driving fishermen out, and it's driving up your energy bill.
The U.S. is about to dominate liquid natural gas exports.
Liquefied natural gas, or LNG.
We opened the sale of LNG immediately, actually.
Has the LNG
immediately,
been
if not sooner.
Oh yeah, we're going to show you exactly what the problem is with them.
So we went to Southwest Louisiana, where exporting natural gas is big business, to find out what are the costs.
It doesn't benefit none of us.
This is America Last policy. Your bill will continue to go up.
Who really benefits?
What are you projecting for this year?
Significant earnings growth.
And what does it mean for the people here?
This isn't a handful of people that are crying about this. This is real life for them.
They don't care about us. We just in their way.
Y'all eat oysters? Oh yeah. Tad Terrio and Sky Leger farm oysters here in Cameron, Louisiana. Before you try it, tell me would you eat it if you knew that was there? Now, what is that, sediment? That's a mud blister. How's that get in there? That's a good question.
No one wants to buy that.
Oyster farming is sort of a new business for Tad, who traditionally caught shrimp for a living.
I put my kids through college shrimping, you know, with a shrimp boat.
Do you think you'd be able to do that now?
No, hell no. No. No shrimper can make it here. No.
Shrimpers here deal with a lot. Devastating hurricanes, imported frozen seafood. It's made the heyday of Cameron's fishing industry a distant memory.
You know, shrimping is a different lifestyle. You don't get paid by the hour, you get paid by what you can put on the boat.
But over the last few years, shrimpers are catching about half of what they used to. And people here want answers as to why.
I mean, shrimping's been going down since the plant started.
The plant is Calcasieu Pass, or CP1. It's run by a company called Venture Global. They cool natural gas to a liquid in order to shrink it in volume and load it onto massive ships that are sent overseas.
Prior to 2016, there was no liquefied natural gas export market in the United States. That changed with the rise of fracking. We went from having shortages of natural gas to having abundant domestic supplies of gas.
But this abundance actually became a problem for the industry. It drove natural gas prices down, so they needed new buyers.
Industry's main priority beginning in the early 2010s was how to move natural gas out of North America.
And the Gulf quickly became a crucial part of that strategy, for reasons both geographic and financial.
Cameron Parish doesn't have a sales tax.
James Hyatt is a former oil and gas worker who founded a community organization called For a Better Bayou.
They get a massive industrial tax exemption on the property tax. That's the key. They don't only export gas, they export the profits. They don't stay in the community.
Ice Age,
Louisiana is arguably the friendliest state in the U.S. for industrial development and fair environmental policy and outstanding tax policy.
Yes, indeed. Now, I would say this. From what I know about the ocean and the environment, I don't think this can all be blamed on the existence of that one plant, but more the use of liquid natural gas more broadly. Like, I'm sure that that's absolutely having an effect on it, but the ocean acidification is decimating plant and like all organisms in the ocean are being decimated because of climate change and the acidification of the ocean. Honestly, just a few a few degrees change in pH, and I'm talking about like you think about the whole scale as being like 360 degrees, like a few degrees change in that scale, like huge ramifications for all organisms that live in the ocean, right? Now, of course, drilling for and like all of the activities involved in either liquid natural gas extraction or oil extraction and all other subsequent activities are absolutely harmful to the environment too, but it's all just going downhill faster and faster because we are just destroying this planet with activities like that, right? Like, so I'm not here saying I'm not against the plant. I'm actually here saying that like the plant is just representative of a much broader problem that needs to be stopped, like, like it just entirely, right? And that's just a local story, which I feel like we need to broaden out in this particular context to a more global one and be like, look, this is bad for fucking everybody. Not just the shrimpers. Now, it's not just humans who depend on the bounty of the oceans. Other animals, too, like sea lions. Like Canadian sea lions.
Parking lot is packed, and so is the beach.
We're from Ladysmith.
Nanaimo, and it was well worth the drive.
People from all over Vancouver Island here to catch a glimpse of an unexpected takeover.
It's a sight we've never seen out of National Geographic.
They're hard to miss, impossible to ignore.
Sea lions.
Sea lions. I think that there's a couple of hundred of them down
it's
there.
just amazing.
The animals have landed on this sandy spit in Deep Bay, now the scene of a massive haul-out.
It's amazing, absolutely breathtaking. When we walked up, my jaw hit the floor.
The sea lions come every year, but usually stick to docks or floats in and around the marina. But this season, they've claimed the beach, ready for a feast.
Right now, it's the big herring event. Herring are great food for both humans and sea lions because they're really fatty, and when they clump up into these big aggregations, they're pretty easy to catch. So it's like the ultimate buffet for them.
But until the fish arrive, they wait, camera ready. A rare wildlife photo op for onlookers.
If I were a herring, I'd be incredibly offended right now. I'm not fatty, just big boned. Just a big boned fish. All right. Now, of course, this arrival of these sea lions is a seasonal thing. And the spring is approaching quicker and quicker. A major warm-up has hit many states. States that were living in a Arctic freeze for many, many days. But a major warm-up is coming for much of the United States.
After weeks of winter hanging on tight, especially across the Midwest and Northeast, a major warm-up is about to grab hold of much of the nation with temperatures more than 20 degrees above average. The early March air will feel more like April for many, and well over 100 daily record highs will be threatened this week. Records have already been falling along the Mexican border in Texas and New Mexico since late last week. And now, widespread 80s will challenge records across the South. And after starting this week with snow in Washington, D.C., the week ends with highs in the mid-70s.
Yeah, we saw some of it this weekend. Well, I do think it's about to get cold again for a little bit. I don't think we're fully out of the woods yet on winter. Although, I've been looking at the weather. It doesn't look like it's going to be too terrible, at least where my apartment down on Earth is. But, looks like it might be getting a little bit colder in the near future. But 20 degrees above average across much of the nation. I'm sure that's fine. And with weather extremes like that, unfortunately, in places like Michigan, high winds were seen. Of course, along the lines of the hot and cold, the low and high pressure weather systems, you see things like tornadoes. And a deadly tornado ripped through Michigan on Friday evening, I believe it was. Here's some of the footage from ABC 7 Chicago.
It's alright.
It doesn't look alright, though. This guy saying it's alright is overly confident. Like, when you see a bunch of shit floating through the air like it's Wicked or The Wizard of Oz, maybe you should be more concerned than that. It's not the right tone.
It's alright.
You literally don't know that.
Lissandra, lock this door. You guys are chickens. Stay safe. Lock it. I'm on. It's all right.
This guy, I love how right as he says it's all right, the video cuts out. As all of the debris starts hitting the window, he goes, "It's all right," and then that's it. No more video. Like I said, he doesn't know that it's going to be all right, and yelling it's going to be all right while you're looking at a tornado is weird. It's a weird thing to do.
Weird.
In fact, it wasn't all right for some. As at least 2 people died, I believe, as a result of the storm. I think maybe 3.
Is that a tornado?
Yes, that is a tornado.
Is that a tornado for real? Oh my. What the frick, dude? OMG. Holy.
size of that tornado is immense. That thing is horrifyingly large. You can see it clearly extends like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of yards up into the air. The thing is humongous. And like across, like you can see like the funnel at this point is just like, it's gotta be like 500 yards across. So ridiculous. It must have been her next door neighbor. Like the angle of this footage. The angle of this footage is just like, it's like 5 degrees different.
Luke, there is a tornado. Holy. There goes a house.
Jesus. Look how much debris is coming out. Fucking hell. The thing about this sort of, like, you gotta remember when you're looking at like images like this, when you see debris, I know it's like, it looks small from here. Like, if you can see the debris, it means that it's like huge. You're looking at it from across a fucking lake. Like, it must be a half-mile away. Like, it's hard to tell exactly how far, but it's like, it's got to be like a half-mile away. If you can see it visibly, if you can make out the shape of that object from this far away, it's big. It's probably bigger than a human being, and you got like hundreds of them flying through the air at who knows what speed. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. This guy opens the door. You're a psycho.
Yeah, that's where we were at, Grandma. Right in the middle of it? Yeah, see, it even ripped the roof off. Oh my gosh. That's where we were, dude. Right there. We had carts flying at us. That was some scary freaking stuff right there. Hey, Grandma, look, we were right there. Oh my God. I gotta go.
These are such like apocalyptic fucking images. This looks like it's out of a fucking movie right here.
We were in this freaking
You
aisle.
are not funny.
I'm going. Oh my gosh.
Now you can see some very severe damage here in southwestern Michigan as a result of this storm and this tornado that ripped through the area. At least 3 people died as a result of this storm. I'm going to skip ahead to some of the photos of the aftermath of this tornado. Fox 2 Detroit.
blew off. Oh my gosh. We need to go. Because the storage shed just blew off and everything came out.
Jesus
Wow,
Christ.
tonight on The Edge, apparent tornadoes tearing across parts of West Michigan. We have just learned that the National Weather Service has confirmed one tornado touchdown in Branch County. Now, one of the hardest hit areas is Union City, where at least 3 people have died. Several others are hurt. We've also learned of another death that was reported in a neighboring county. Now, let's take a look at an aerial view of some of the damage in Union City. You can actually see one roof ripped apart with one side hanging off and debris all over this yard. There's another view showing a trail of destruction. Houses there completely leveled. Just a devastating situation in Southwest Michigan, and we've been tracking.
Completely decimated. Oh my God. This has got to be dozens of homes right here. I'm trying to count. It's like one. I mean, that's completely done. I mean, not completely, but I mean, most. I mean, I feel like it's totaled. That one too looks pretty done. I mean, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, maybe 16, 17, 18. 19. I mean, like there must be dozens of homes in this one shot. They're just completely leveled to the ground. This is ridiculous. It's not even really tornado season yet. This is disturbing. Like this, when I saw this, I was disturbed because it really, I mean, we're really not at tornado season quite yet. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that starts in April. We're like, it's like a month ahead. Like a month ahead of time. And you see just a utterly massive fucking tornado obliterate a place as far north as Michigan in the first week of March. That seems bad. That seems like a bad omen.
Fox 2's Dave Kinchin has been on the ground working to learn more.
This is the Union Lake area. We are in Branch County, Southwest Michigan. This is really what seems to be the heart of this whole disaster right here. This is off of Tuttle Road, what appeared to be possibly 3 houses here. It's really hard to tell, but this is where all of the emergency crews have been. You can see what's
Okay. Well, a horrifying situation there in Michigan this weekend. People picking up the pieces. Some not able to. All right. Let's go to New York. Now, all the snow is basically melted now, but Zohar Mamdani did a lot of stuff. Try and make sure that the snow was adequately handled in all of these storms that we're seeing over the last few months.
Look around. You would never know that just last week, a historic blizzard hit New York City with almost 20 inches of snow.
Mayor Mamdani, back to the front. Do y'all see how clear the sidewalks are?
The emergency shoveling program has existed since 1897, but Mayor Mamdani bumped the pay from $19 an hour to $30 an hour, and people showed up.
Come with me to shovel snow for the city of New York, and shout out to Zohar Mamdani for the $30 an hour. And I got an excuse to wear this.
Over 1,400 people signed up for the program within 24 hours. And by Tuesday, the sidewalks were clear. This was a case of the local government using New York City taxpayer money to pay residents of New York City to benefit residents of New York City. It's almost...
It's fascinating. What are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense. Getting New York City made New Yorkers to help New York? What? Huh? By the way, these glasses are fire. Am I the only one who thinks these glasses are fire? Come on! Come on. Come on! Let's be real. Look at these glasses. These are some future glasses. That's what these are. Styling. Thank you. More perfect union. And Cassie Willison? I think it's Cassie Willison. Thank you, Cassie. All right. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about. We're not even going to leave New York. Let's talk about something that happened in the icy waters of the Hudson last week. Actually, it wasn't last week. It was like multiple weeks ago. Now that I think about it. This was multiple weeks ago. But it's an update. It's an update on a situation we already covered. And that was the rescue of a bald eagle from the Hudson River.
And now an update on the story that we first brought you a few weeks ago about that injured bald eagle rescued from the Hudson River by the NYPD Harbor Unit. Officers spotted the eagle back on February 17th, stranded on a chunk of ice. They captured it, lifting it onto their boat, and the eagle was then taken to the Wild Bird Rehab, the Raptor Trust in Morris County, New Jersey, which has now been caring for it ever since. Doctors say that it had some type of infection, but is now eating on its own and getting better by the day.
There we go. Bald eagle making a fast recovery after being rescued from the icy waters of the Hudson. America. All right. Now, let's go across the pond, if you will, the Atlantic, to another island, the United Kingdom.
I'm being repressed!
Where some of their local creatures are waking up after a long winter hibernation. Four brown bears emerged from hibernation at the UK's Whipsnade Zoo. Who's a fluffy bear? You're a fluffy bear. Oh, you're such a fluffy bear. So cute. Look at this fat fuck. Just yawning and scratching a tree. Living the dream. Literally not a care in the world. Just hanging out. This is just hanging out. No big deal. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do. Just scratch that tree. All right. Honestly, I feel like we're doing pretty good today. We made it over 3 hours. We made it over 3 hours, which means we got to take another break Don't worry, we've seemingly got endless content prepared for you here tonight. However, we have not yet completed the galactic content goal, nor have we completed the financing of the galactic deficit. And if we don't complete the financing of the galactic deficit, we won't be able to pay the bills in April. The lights will turn off here on the Galactic Space Station. We will not be able to bring people their galactic news. Thankfully, you can contribute to both goals simultaneously.
If not sooner.
On Cash App, PayPal, and or by becoming a galactic patron on Patreon. Or becoming one of the other tiers on Patreon. Perhaps you're already a galactic patron, but you're holding off. Or maybe you're over on Patreon and you're one of the free members that still has not yet taken the plunge. Think about it. You can do that. You can help contribute to both goals right now. I see you all. I see you join. When you join as a free member, I see you. I go, oh, they're gonna join, and then they don't, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine. I get that. But really, it's incredibly affordable. 10 cents a day. So many sweet, sweet benefits. I barely have time to get into it, so I won't. I'm just gonna keep things moving. Instead, let's go now to Kenya, where another horrifying atrocity occurred as a result of climate-related disaster. Heavy rains flooding the capital, Nairobi. Sweeping away vehicles, disrupting power, and killing dozens of people.
We start the bulletin this evening with an update on ongoing heavy rains in Nairobi and the flooding they are causing. We continue to receive updates from various areas of Nairobi where there is flooding from Nairobi West, South C, South B, and along Uhuru Highway. Homes are submerged in some areas, with power outages reported in areas such as Nairobi West, with the rain still ongoing and the surge of rainwaters also felt in the Kilimani area, the city centre, and many areas of the capital. And those pictures on your screens are what we are getting as of this hour.
Zimezama maji. And of course now we just have to help each other. As you can see, this is a lady.
Nairobi asakaja, Nairobi.
This is horrifying footage. Now, unfortunately, Kenya has been seeing more and more floods in recent years as a result of the continued collapse of our climate. Sorts of flash floods have been seen more regularly. And it's disturbing to watch this unfold. This is from this weekend. This is literally from yesterday. I think this was technically their. I think this might have been Friday night for Kenya. I'm trying to do the math on this. I think it was Friday night this happened. So I guess it was technically 2 days ago. Just realizing what time it is and what day it is. I made a huge tiny mistake.
Wow. 20.
Wow.
Ngoja gari iende. Pole. Ati wapi? Ati huku ni wapi? Huku ni wapi? Na wewe ni nani?
And this is the current situation in the Nairobi CBD. You can hear people that are trying to get home, Kenyans that are trying to get home past 8 p.m. It is now exactly 4 minutes past 9.
By the way, I think, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think CBD is not what you're thinking. It's the Central Business District of Kenya. Not that other thing.
Illegal.
Actually, not illegal. Is it? It's a
Out on the...
I can't remember. Didn't they make it illegal? Didn't Congress make CBD illegal earlier last year? I can't remember. There's been too many things happening. I honestly cannot remember what happened with that. Was it hemp derived? It's not clear if the CBD itself is illegal. Well, you wouldn't be able to derive it from anything else that I'm aware of.
How really this can be the situation in the Nairobi we live in. And this is not unique to Nairobi. Other parts of the country experiencing the same chaos, the floods, of course, triggered by heavy rainfall, which has overwhelmed drainage systems and caused rivers and stormwater channels to overflow. But this is not new to the country as regards heavy rains. Every time it rains, the script is almost the same from our newsrooms. And therefore, a lot of Kenyans, they are caught up in desperate situations, trying to get home, knowing very well that water can be very dangerous. And yet, this is the situation they find themselves in once again.
Horrifying. Look how high the water is. All right, that was NTV Kenya from 2 days ago. We are now going to go to NTV Kenya one more time. This is from yesterday now. This was an update. Actually, we'll watch this clip too while I'm at it. Might as well get this one in here too. This is Reuters, a really, really quick clip from them. From yesterday as well. Jesus Christ. It looks like the apocalypse. I've already said that twice this stream. That can't be a good sign coming from somebody like me who's been talking about climate chaos for 2 years. But these are some fucked up images. It looks like a biblical flood. I can't. That's literally all I could think of right now. These images are insane.
This is ridiculous.
Straight through Nairobi, of all places.
All of the water from that level, from that river, you can see from those banks of the river up to there. It was dangerous water.
By the way, Nairobi is a city, if you count the surrounding area, it's 15 million people. The city itself, and like they mentioned just now, Central Business District is one of the places we were just looking at. So you got to assume that's center city. I don't know necessarily enough about Nairobi to say that with guaranteed factuality here, but I'm pretty sure the Central Business District is probably central to the city. You would just guess. I think the city center is like 6.5 million. It's fucking insane.
At least 25 people have been killed after heavy rains caused severe flooding across the country last night. The deaths include 21 people in Nairobi, while 2 deaths involving minors were recorded in Kitui County. Nairobi is the most hit, with over 3,000 households displaced, while 15 schools have also been affected. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has assured Kenyans that the government has the requisite resources and personnel to deal with this crisis through a multi-agency approach.
Multi-agency approach. Thank you, NTV Kenya. That is a horrifying story. Now, here's a story that I literally haven't been able to talk to you about for over a week and a half, but since I'm doing an actual environmental update, I'm going to talk about this one too. I've had to skip like a fuck ton of stories over the last like week or two because of, you know, Iran and others. Iran and others. Let's go to Indonesia. As they too were hit by heavy floods. Over a week and a half ago. Heavy rain inundated Indonesia, parts of Bali. Streets turning into rivers. Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous.
I'm fairly certain these people are tourists. But that guy is literally paddling down the street with a surfboard. Insane. One more clip from Indonesia. This is... Whether you're a local or a tourist, this next thing is not what you want to see when you look out your window, regardless of a storm. But I'm not gonna lie, this might be one of the most, like, nightmare-inducing clips.
Ini ular weh. Tapi gede ngampet kle. Gede. Gede. Tabe sugra. Ih, ekornya no. Ih, Mbak Riris. Rumahnya Mbak Riris.
No, no, no. No, 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 no.
No. That's gonna be a big no for me. Not gonna lie.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
gonna
be
lie.
prudent at this juncture.
Would not be prudent at this juncture. That's gonna be a big no. That's a fucking huge snake. The thing is like 20 feet long. And I'm not into it. I am not into that at all. Like I said, literal nightmare fuel. That's a real thing. It's a real fucking snake. Posted by South China Morning Post 10 days ago. That's what's known as a giant python. Well, since it's technically a Sunday FUNDAY stream, let's do a couple of stories that are inspirational, perhaps. New Zealand. What you're witnessing is an endangered flightless parrot called a kakapo, which is hatching an egg.
Aww.
It's beautiful. It's all we got, but it's a hope for the future. It's a hope for the future for a continuation of a very much endangered species. Needs as much help as it can get. All right. Well, let's see. All right, we're going to go from endangered species to endangered planet. PBS Terra from 10 days ago.
What happens if you just keep adding CO2 to a planet's atmosphere? Is there a tipping point that will basically break the climate? Well, you actually don't have to look far to find out. If you plotted the surface temperature of every planet in our solar system, you'd probably expect to see something roughly like this, with the temperature gradually going down the further you get from the sun, which is pretty much what we see, with one notable exception. Venus is a huge outlier, but it hasn't always been. Scientists think Venus may once have been a lot like Earth, with water oceans, a much milder climate, but something pushed it past a tipping point. The greenhouse effect ran away, the oceans evaporated, and today it's nearly 900 degrees Fahrenheit on the surface, while Earth, its next door neighbor, became the only known place in the universe with life. Weird, right? So what was that tipping point? And are there any similar tipping points like that on planet Earth? Let's find out. But before we go any further, I just want to thank everyone who's joined our Patreon or purchased merch. Those recurring monthly memberships really help us make this show. So please click the link in the description and join us. For a long time, scientists thought Venus might be the most Earth-like planet, rivaling Mars even. But then in 1962, after scientists scanned Venus's surface, the vision of Venus as a potentially life-holding planet was shattered. Scientists now estimate that Venus is 470 degrees Celsius on the surface, with an atmosphere composed almost entirely of CO2 and a pressure of 92 times that of Earth's surface. But there's evidence that Venus was a lot like Earth. Here, fold and thrust mountain belts like the Himalayas form when two continents collide and the crust crumples, folds, and stacks up along massive thrust faults, building mountains over millions of years. But strangely, there is a place on Venus that meets this description.
There is a place in the northern hemisphere of Venus called Ishtar Terra. It's a thickened crust. It's a high flat plateau with a crumpled up structure that looks very much like the tectonics that you create in the Andes or the Himalayas. And in fact, if I showed a picture of the structure, somebody who knows about the Himalayas would say that sounds a lot like the Himalayas, and it does.
To create that kind of movement and slip, you have to have one crucial ingredient that is not present on Venus today: water. It weakens rock and helps faults slip, acting like a lubricant that makes big pieces of the crust more likely to move. So when scientists see a Venusian region like Ishtar Terra that's Himalayan in scale and structure, it suggests Venus likely once had significant amounts of water. And there's another clue that Venus used to be a lot more like Earth.
We know that Venus lost a lot of water at some point in time.
That's because when a planet loses water, it leaves something else behind, a special kind of hydrogen that's heavier called deuterium.
The heavier version, because it has more mass, doesn't escape as easily as the lighter version. As you lose hydrogen generically, that ratio of D to H goes up with time, and the value that we measure at Venus is significantly higher than the value we see at Earth. It tells us that Venus has lost hydrogen, but really the reservoir for that is water.
So Venus once had water, but then something changed. It crossed a threshold where liquid water couldn't survive. And once the water is gone, the planet may have lost one of its most long-term ways to stabilize the climate. So what exactly was Venus's tipping point? Well, on Earth, the last true hothouse period was the Eocene. And one of the
Yep. Yep, this is one of those things where we could now, there's no way for us to really know whether or not there was life on Mars, at least like life like us that was doing things like we were doing to push Venus to this tipping point. But sorry, my brain just broke. What was I saying? What's wrong with me? I just say, what am I? I just lost, but I just completely lost track of what I was saying.
scientists point to is a massive volcanic pulse called a lip, or a large igneous province.
We like acronyms, if you haven't figured that out.
We actually made a whole episode about lips and their connection to mass extinction events, and we've got an extended interview with the scientists who helped make that link on our Patreon. But here's the short version. If normal volcanism is a steady leak of greenhouse gases like CO2, a lip is a fire hose of CO2 running for tens of thousands or even millions of years.
They produce a lot of volcanism. The Deccan Traps was 1 million cubic kilometers of lava in 1 million years. That's a lot of material coming out all at once, and coming from a deeper part of the planet than the mid-ocean ridge volcanism that occurs all the time.
So when we get one of these lip events, a huge amount of CO2 enters the atmosphere and the climate system has to respond. But here's the key difference between Earth and Venus. On Earth, even when CO2 spikes from a massive natural event, the planet has ways to slowly correct. Oceans that absorb carbon, rain that weathers rocks, and long-term geologic processes that can eventually pull CO2 back out of the air and lock it away. And that's why we can have these ancient hothouse periods like the Eocene without turning into Venus. But Venus wasn't so lucky. First of all, it's a lot closer to the sun than Earth, so it was already a lot hotter. And second, Venus has a lot of volcanic features, more than any other planet in our solar system, giving it a huge potential to release CO2.
On Venus, at some point, we crossed over that threshold of 100 degrees Celsius, and now liquid water at the surface doesn't work.
And without...
Yeah, and the fact is, it doesn't need to get to that hot. It doesn't need to get nearly that hot for it to become unlivable for humans on planet Earth. But we are, in fact, creating an artificial version of this right now ourselves with all of our burning of fossil fuels. Even if on a much smaller scale for now. The fact is like I, like I was saying, like we don't need to get to the Venus point for it to become unlivable. Like if the oceans become acidified enough, right? Like it doesn't matter if they completely evaporate because we won't have any more food, right? Like they will take much longer for the oceans to evaporate than for just organisms to just cease to exist on the planet, right? Or at least the human beings. All right, we're going to transition from that to the last piece of space news. Might as well are talking Venus. It's really the perfect segue video when you think about it. But a lunar eclipse was witnessed last week by some. Here's some footage of that eclipse. WPRI. I think this is Rhode Island, if I had to guess. And then this is New York.
Here's what you missed if you were not up with us early for our sunrise show, the total lunar eclipse, a blood moon, a rare one here. There will not be another until late 2028.
There you go, a rare blood moon. Lunar eclipse. I can't remember what makes a blood moon. A blood moon, I get. But it is cool and a rare event. All right, let's move it along. We got other things to talk about. Other things before we switch to Iran, which is coming soon. Oh, it's coming soon. Too soon,
immediately,
honestly.
if not sooner.
Only got a few, just a handful of stories left before we get there. Once we get to the Middle East, that's basically the end of the show. And by the end of the show, I mean the final topic that's probably going to take us, I don't know, as much time as I have. However, just a reminder, everybody, we still have not yet completed the galactic content goal. So even though I have a shitload of content for us to do tonight, we might never get to any of it. We might not get to any of that. The stream might just end suddenly. You could contribute to the content goal and the financing of the galactic deficit on Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Just ideas. I'm just throwing them out there. We still got like 45 minutes or something like that to complete it. All right, let's get to the Earth news, people. And before we get to before we get to the Middle East, let's go to Latin America. Democracy now. The Donroe Doctrine. And the beginning of a new strange agency. I am, of course, talking about the agency which Christy Gnome, puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. Christy Puppy Killer Gnome will now be, of course, the head of SHIELD for America. And I guess that includes Latin America.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. This weekend, the Trump administration's hosting right-wing leaders from across Latin America and Florida for the, quote, Shield of the Americas Summit to launch a new security initiative for the Western Hemisphere. The heads of state from Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, and possibly others are confirmed to attend. The White House said the initiative will be to reinforce the so-called Donroe Doctrine, signaling a level of U.S. intervention in Latin America not seen since the Cold War. Speaking on Thursday at the America's Counter Cartel Conference at U.S. Southern Command, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth urged Latin American countries to take a more aggressive approach against drug cartels, threatening the Trump administration will otherwise be forced to act.
And today, some 200 years later, we still marvel at the wisdom of President Monroe's declaration. We, like you, want borders and sovereign territories that are secure. We want unfettered access to key terrain and trade so that our nations can industrialize. And we want to prevent external powers from threatening our peace and independence in our shared neighborhood. This is the essence of the Monroe Doctrine. No external power will interfere in this hemisphere. Ours should be a region of strong, sovereign nations. It's the same principle that animates President Trump's defense approach today. President Trump and his Department of War are ushering in a new era of homeland and hemispheric defense.
This comes as U.S. Special Forces are now in Ecuador to conduct military operations with Ecuadorian commandos to reportedly target suspect drug traffickers. And as President Trump suggested, regime change in Cuba might be his next target after attacking Iran and Venezuela. More, we're joined by Jake Johnson, Director of International Research, Center for Economic and Policy Research, author of the book AIDS, Elite Panic, Disaster Capitalism, and the Battle to Control Haiti. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Can you explain what this meeting is about and talk about Cuba now in the crosshairs?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think, you know, on its surface, the summit is a show, right? An opportunity for Trump to play out a moment of imperial fantasy in front of fans in South Florida. But I think taking a step back, you know, this does fit very much in line with what has been really in many ways a bipartisan and decades-long strategy of undermining and breaking the left governments in Latin America and consolidating a pro-U.S. right-wing, bloc throughout the hemisphere. And so you see the countries that have sort of appropriately shown their fidelity to the Trump administration and to U.S. policy get invited, and those that don't face the wrath of the administration. We've seen that in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Mexico, and elsewhere, and obviously, as you mentioned, in Cuba.
And Jake, for more than 80 years, the main sort of international body that the United States supported in Latin America was the OAS, the Organization of American States. What does this attempt to create a right-wing, basically pole in Latin America say about U.S. policy toward the region?
Yeah, this is a really great point, right? I mean, for decades we've been saying, the OAS is largely controlled by the U.S. It's run by the U.S. The U.S. is, funding more than half of its budget, and that's true. It has largely advanced U.S. interests. And for this administration, even that's not enough. It is a forum that everyone is invited to, and there are, actual rules in its institution. That obviously doesn't suit this administration's desires, right? Which is to really erode those institutions, erode any concepts of sovereignty and international law. And we can see, this is not just about this hemisphere, right? I mean, you mentioned the Monroe Doctrine, this Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, right? And interpreted as sort of a retrenchment from the rest of the world. I mean,
yep, we are absolutely retrenching ourselves. Are we buffering? So can we? HBX, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Let's keep the space station in orbit, GSL. You're doing the good work. Thank you. All right, let's go to it. The Shield of America Summit. France 24 English, yesterday.
To debrief what we've heard Trump saying is, before Shirley sit on. Hi, Shirley.
Hello.
Trump there announcing a new military coalition to combat cartels across South America.
Yes, that was the line that he continued throughout much of the speech, going to other issues and coming back to saying that there's to eradicate cartels, that cartels are like ISIS, he said, like the Islamic State group. He said that even wartime weapons can be used against them because they're so powerful and have taken so much power and have caused so much devastation across the continent. He said even missiles could be fired at some of them. So talking, and also, he said that every country you gathered there should first start on its own to make sure that law and order are abided by, that they fight drug gangs, traffickers. But he said there's a regional war. We should.
It's hilarious for Donald Trump to lecture people making sure the law is abided by. This dude is a convicted felon and has committed a whole bunch of crimes as president. In first and second term. It's insane.
On together, and he singled out Mexico. He said that there was an epicenter that he recognized for the drug cartels across America, and that is the country of Mexico. He said that the cartels there are orchestrating much of what's happening across America. He had some comments about the president. They're not extremely respectful, but yes, he said that he's hesitant, but that, yes, the focus is to try and work and find ways to fight these cartels across the continent. Did not give much more information about this.
Yeah, I tried listening to this thing, and I just couldn't. But if I'll give you one more clip on this. Let's just go to this. Yeah, no, we don't need more than that, really, right now. Maybe I'm sure we'll get some more clips this week. People, I'm sure, will be going through it. But let's just go to this one. This is from C-SPAN. It's a very short clip. While we're still in Latin America, let's talk about Panama. A place that Donald Trump has threatened on multiple occasions in the last year. Saying this.
President of Panama, I love that canal.
I love it. It's a perfect canal.
Jose, I think it made the greatest deal in history.
Who do you think was laughing? Who was laughing like that?
I love that canal.
Who is the weirdo laughing like that? It's the most forced laugh I've ever heard. Ha 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 ha! He's such a funny guy. Oh, the president is hilarious.
President of Panama, I love that canal. Jose, I think he made the greatest deal in history. He bought it for $1. One of our brilliant presidents. I can't sleep over that deal. They gave it to him for $1. Jose Raul Molino, you made one of the greatest real estate deals in history. Jimmy Carter, one of our great presidents.
This guy is insane. Look at all these guys. He's got Bukele. He's got what's his fucking name? Milei here. Wait. We gotta do this other. Hold on. We gotta go back. Hold on. I skipped over one thing while I'm talking about Bukele. I gotta go back. I forgot about this. Wait. Oh, where is it? No. Wait, what the fuck?
Great week.
Why? Why did this just happen?
President of Panama, I love that canal.
Hold on, we just need this very beginning of this. I just want to hear this tiny
U.S.
of this
President
speech.
Donald Trump is currently addressing Latin American leaders in his administration to counter China's growing influence in the region. As part of the Shield of America's summit, let's cross straight to that summit in Miami.
Went up like a rocket, right, in Argentina. But the president of Argentina is here, Javier Milei. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. President of El Salvador, another friend, Nayib Bukele.
Who?
A what now?
Nayib Bukele. The great Nayib Bukele. We all know him. He's a great guy. My friend Nayib Bukele. know him well, as I call him friend. Everybody calls him Neeb. Neeb Bukali. Look at this fucking idiot, dude. He sent people to El Salvador, to the fucking concentration camp that was run by that man. And he can't even say his name. He can't even say his fucking name. It's insane. Stream is messed up? What's messed up with the stream? What's wrong with the stream? Neeb Bukali. Everybody knows the great Neeb.
Very much. Thank you very much for being here. President of El Salvador, another friend, Naib Bukali.
Is that how you say it, Bukali? I can't remember. Neeb Bukali. You still see me, but something is way off. Something's way off. Oh, it is frozen on Twitch now. What in the hell's going on? I don't know why that's happening. I don't know why that's happening. Although we shouldn't be having any problems. Not sure why. Neeb Bukali, the very great, the one and only Neeb.
Other friend.
A friend. You call him a friend. I call him friend, Neeb. The great, great Neeb Bukali. I kind of want that sound shot. But now I'm distracted by this supposed lag situation that's going on. I have no idea what the fuck the problem is. Oh, why are we having this issue all of a sudden? This like happened over the last few days. I have no idea what the hell is the problem. It's just since Friday, right? Like this, it just started Friday. Jesus, it's way behind now. Oh god, you guys are way behind. Wow. What the hell? Why am I getting... That is super slow. What in the hell? Man, honestly, that shouldn't be causing problems. It's, I mean, my internet connection is than it should be. It's faster than most people's. Still. But honestly, I'm getting some weird shit happening over here too. What the fuck is going on? Am I dropping frames, or is this a different situation? No, I'm not dropping frames. %, frames dropped right now. I have no idea what the fucking problem is. This is so weird. Like, we're having lag problems, but I'm not having dropped frame problems. And I have no idea what the hell that's about. It feels like it's something to do with like my internet. Like, but except my internet's like like the download and upload speeds are okay, but it's not as good as it should be. Which does lead me to think there's something wrong with my actual like my router or my modem or something. And I did switch it recently. So that could be relating. That could be related. I don't know. Fucking hell. I've already tested the speed, like I said. It's fine. It's not as good. It was not fine. It's faster than most people's and it should be adequate, but it's not as fast as it should be. Defragment my hard drive? I don't have to do that. I can't defragment my hard drive. We're not doing, that's not it. You can't defrag a fucking hard drive in the middle of a stream also. I would just point that out. Okay, everybody stop trying to debug this situation. You're not helping. Which is way behind. Oh, wow. Now the stream on YouTube, on Twitch isn't even loading. What in the hell? Oh, wow. Now all of you are frozen back. You're all so far behind me. You're like minutes behind me. You're like multiple minutes behind me. That's insane. You're on the completely wrong screen. I have no idea what the fucking problem is. On Twitch. Oh, I hate to do it, but I think I might have to like turn this Twitch stream off, maybe? Just go to YouTube tonight? I hate to do that. But I just don't have any other solutions right now. I think it's just gonna be a YouTube only night. Because YouTube is honest, it's doing, well, it's not really doing better than Twitch, actually, now that I look at it. No, you're both doing bad. What the hell is the problem? I'm just gonna move to the Middle East, I guess, right now. I'm gonna just hope that things improve. Wait, why did this just happen again? Oh, God. That's so annoying to me. Oh, I'm super hungry now, too. Alright, I need a snack. So, I'm gonna try and get us back on track here. And just go to the Middle East. Say a good word. Pineapple. Oh, God. Oh my God. Why is this so difficult?
I, in all fairness, have not watched this monologue. I am sure it is full of righteous and correct critiques of the United States and yet another country in the Middle East, this time again with even less of a plan, with even dumber of a cabinet. It was even possible for administration. But so many of us looked to people like Jon Stewart in the run-up to and the aftermath of the Iraq War for a little bit of sanity, because there weren't a lot of platforms that news, no alternative news. You wouldn't see that. I mean, we're now in a cord-cutting era, so a lot of people have left cable networks behind. And they've been gobbled up by, crazy war hawk Zionists like Ellison's. But Jon Stewart had this moment yesterday, which was just kind of obnoxious. And I feel like it's lazy. Like, this segment felt super lazy to me. And it's about Iran's reaction to being attacked.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. America and Israel attack Iran, and Iran's answer is to attack everybody. Having been in a bar fight or two in my life, I'm pretty sure the worst thing you can do during a 2-on-1 beatdown is slap everyone else. Hey, not every part of me is getting punched. What are you doing? Hey, you! So wait a minute, let me...
Now, I haven't seen the full monologue. I'm sure he goes after Netanyahu a fair amount. But, this is just so easy. This is so bad. This is not even... I mean, I guess it's an interesting analogy. I have no problem with making jokes and analogies. That's the job of the show. But this one's bad. So you just start punching and fighting everybody? No, they're literally targeting U.S. military bases. It's also slightly disrespectful to these service members who were killed because they were ostensibly, protecting the homeland in other people's homeland. But that's the whole point, right? All of these military bases in the Gulf states seen as a deterrent to Iran. But of course, as soon as Israel decides to start some shit, they are going to be the first ones on the docket. They're the first ones to be targeted. That makes all the sense in the world if you understand how 800 military bases across the world works. It's like you don't need this. This is so annoying and frustrating, and really does play in the idea that Iran is irrational when Iran is not irrational at all. Iran has for years and years against the wishes of hardliners, against the wishes of the worst.
Wow, chat is at least 3 minutes behind me. This is insane. I've never seen that much. Never seen that much lag. Something fucked up is going. Okay, you're all over 3